Thank you, Coach. 8 minutes after the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. I'm Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Big day today. We got all kinds of headlines, things that happened in our world throughout yesterday. You know, just personal stuff. We'll chat about it. We'll walk it out. We've got Eddie Van Adler, Chris Adler. He's rocking TV. Hello, YouTubers. Good morning to you. Good afternoon to you. Good evening. I don't know, maybe the middle of the night when you're watching this. I don't know. RickandBubba.com for everything Rick and Bubba. Gregory, how are you today, sir?
Oh, I'm ready to roll, buddy. Just ready to roll.
Are you?
We're still a man down.
We are.
We're hanging in there.
Speedy is out. He is with his wife, Terry, in Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle Beach.
Funny text we got from him yesterday.
I know, I saw that. And that's
Caught me off
surprising
guard a
because
little
he
bit.
grew up around the beach.
I know.
Yeah.
I'll read it word for word.
Go ahead.
And to your point, to be honest, I didn't know he felt like this in the first place.
No.
Okay. So he, Bubba checked in and just said, hey, Speedy, how's your trip going? And he said, things are going great. I was able to reconfirm to myself how much I disliked the beach today.
I know.
And that's all he gave us, which was a funny
means
comment.
He got sunburn and sand in his crack.
I don't know.
Because that's the things about the beach. When you're fair-skinned, I'm fair-skinned too. And the beach can be rough.
It is. I enjoy going to the beach. I'm not one of these guys that hangs out all day. I like the little best of both worlds. Go out there a little bit, come back. I like it to be close to where I'm staying, so I don't have to make a day out of it.
I'm like you. I don't want to be
But
out there all day.
his comment caught me off guard. Didn't know what was going on there.
I didn't realize he had that feeling. I didn't know.
I didn't either. So anything happened in your world yesterday?
Oh, just a lot of rain.
Uneventful?
A lot of rain on the way home.
It is
I'll tell
still
you that.
raining here a lot.
And
Seems
a lot of
like
rain
every
on the
day.
way back this morning.
Yeah, that must have happened overnight for me, or while I was sleeping, or maybe it just went. It was north.
Yeah, it must have been because
or east. I don't know.
From my house to about Moody,
Okay.
it was early. It was really coming down.
Things were wet at our house, but it wasn't raining.
Oh,
Of course, now it was wet inside my house for some reason. I'm going to have to call Stegall today. One call does it all. Stegall was out at my house last week.
Better call Stegall.
Yeah, and when you're dealing with water, you better call them, and I mean quick.
And they do everything. I've had them at my house on my heating and cooling unit. They do a great job.
We had a sink that was stopped up, and we were like, well, we've got a bunch of sinks in the house, so who cares? We just won't use that sink. I'm not calling them for that. Well, then we had a shower that started stopping up.
Oh, boy.
And I thought, okay, I got to get Stegall. We can't have a shower and a sink down. We just can't. And so they came out last week, knocked it out. I think they were there maybe an hour and just got both of them back to working. But this morning I walked into the garage to get in the car, did a weird thing last night that I've never done, kind of liked it, took a little more time. Today's garbage day, so I'm pulling the garbage cans up to the top. And I can pull them up. I hook them up to the back of the tailgate. I pull them up. Get them off. My neighbors were looking at me funny yesterday. They were out on the their front porch and across the street, and they were like, you could tell, what is he doing? Like, why does he keep pulling? Because they couldn't see the garbage can because the car was blocking it until I brought it around the car and put it on the top. But when I backed back down and I backed into my garage, which was different. And so this morning I had to go a different way to get into the driver's seat.
Oh, okay.
And when I did, I felt something hit me in the head. And I thought, was that water?
No, that's never good.
And I thought, well, you did just get out of the shower a few minutes ago. Maybe you got a drip from your hair. And I thought, no, that was too. So I took a deep breath, and I was like, man, please don't let this be water. And I took my flashlight, because it was pitch black dark in the garage. I took my flashlight on my phone and just aimed it up, and there it was.
There she was.
And I
Put that on your list.
And then I went down to the garage floor, and it's wet. Not bad.
At least it's in the garage.
I know.
Could be worse.
So
still not good.
It could be one of two things. Where it is, it's either the shower or the toilet. I think it's the shower. I don't know. So,
boy, don't you love a good leak?
The reason I say I don't think it's the toilet is because it was
leak?
a good bit of water, and it was I only flushed the toilet once. this morning.
And that's the shower that you used.
Yes. And now it could have been the sink because I did brush my teeth, but that was pretty quick. And so I don't, but it wasn't a ton of water, but I could also tell the insulation was around it was wet too. And I started to pull it and see, but I thought, you know what, Helms, back out of here, get to work. You need to get there early. Speedy's gone, and call Stegall. So Stegall, I'll be calling you here in a little bit, so get ready for that.
So, well, get it done.
Had something else
Better
happen
call.
yesterday. We did a refi on our house. We took advantage of these ridiculous low interest rates. Amanda and I are on a 10-year plan. That's kind of, my plans and goals. And so we're 10-year plan. And this is helping our 10-year plan. But a guy asked me, the closing attorney yesterday, as we were sitting in these, wasn't as bad as it normally was, as I remember. I don't think we were in there 30 minutes. You sign a bunch of stuff, yeah, but it doesn't seem like it was as bad as it normally is. But you could tell this was a young father that he had a 3.5-year-old and a 2-year-old. I think it was boy, girl. May have been 2 girls, but I think it was boy, girl. And I think it was actually girl, boy, girl being the oldest. And you could tell when we were kind of doing the pleasantries and opening up with conversation and just enjoying the conversation. And he just leaned in and looked at Amanda and I, and he said, "Does it get any easier?" You could tell he was struggling.
I must have a little drama at the house.
And so I thought, I'll tell you what I told him when we come back, okay? And I need advice from you on this too, because I felt like I led him in a good way. I think we had a really good conversation, but it made me think, Helms, you really don't know. You hadn't taken it to the finish line yet, and so you have, Greg Burgess.
Yeah,
You've taken it to the finish line. So my point is, I want to know. I'm going to tell you what I told him, and then I want to know what your thoughts are on the toughest parenting stages that you went through as far as the ages of the kids. And I know it's probably different for most everybody. And I'd like the audience to take part in this too. 866 We Be Big. What do you think was the toughest age to parent in? And so hold that. We're going to go to break, and I want to know. And I'll tell you what I told him. But I'll say this. He looked desperate for some help. He looked tired. He was probably in his, I don't know, 7th or 8th closing that day. But all he could think about was, man.
Yeah, I bet he has been busy.
My parenting right now.
How was that on his mind, I wonder?
He was tired. He was struggling.
You were like, huh?
Got a 3.5-year-old and 2-year-old, Greg.
Rick and Bubba.
pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes after the hour. It's the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. We did mention Speedy out this week.
Out.
Should be back with us Friday, enjoying a little vacay.
Friday.
When we left last segment, I was talking about having a conversation with a gentleman that he just straight up said, as far as parenting, hey, does it get any better? And you could tell he was struggling. He's got a 3.5-year-old and a 2-year-old. And I just kind of looked at him, leaned in, and I said, do you want me to tell you what you want to hear, or do you want me to tell you the truth? And when I said that, Amanda jumped in. She was with me, my wife, and she said, I hate to break it to you, but it gets tough. You're in a tough – this is what she said. She goes, you're in a tough – I thought it was good advice. She said, you're in a tough stage, and you're going to come out of that very soon. And it's going to be some joyous times over the next couple of years. But the teenage years have been the toughest for us. And I agreed with her. I looked at the guy, and I said, that's what I would have told you. So I ask you, Greg Burgess, who has been through it all and now a granddad, what do you think your toughest stages?
Tough
they're
stress,
all
is that what you're
different,
saying?
but just the man.
To me, the early was when you go through that, when you first get them home and you're completely clueless. That's just the anxiety of that. And then you settle in a little bit, and you have just one. But then you add multiples in there, another. To me, and I've been very fortunate. And,
you have.
Just from, when they started school was stressful because Lisa stayed home with both of them. So when they went to kindergarten, that's the first time they'd ever went anywhere.
I want to stop you a minute.
They didn't like that.
You say you're fortunate you were. I think parenting is lucky sometimes too, but you and Lisa have also done a good job to set them up to be successful. So don't say just we've been fortunate. Yes, you have, but at the same time, there's something y'all have done that worked.
Like I said, it's all stressful, but and no,
it is. But
what I'm saying, like to me, the transition, just little things from hey, I'm a baby, and then you get used to that.
Yeah.
That to me, that was the scariest thing. That first few months was the scariest.
Yeah.
Ever, and then we got a potty train. That's stressful. The potty train was, and then like I said, they stayed home with Lisa. So when they went to kindergarten, that's the first time they'd been away. Neither one of them adjusted very well at that, and those were short.
Yeah.
But stress, but. To be honest, busy, stress of busy is when they get teenagers, which is not a bad thing because at least they're not sitting at home doing nothing.
Right. You're right.
But they were really involved.
Yeah.
So that, and then you're trying to work. You got a job, and you got all that too, all these places you got to be. That can get a little stressful. But I've just, just phases. And then to me, as they get older, once they got where they could drive and kind of do their own thing, except for the worry of them, you always worry about them driving.
Yeah.
But they can run errands. They can do. It starts getting a little less stressful once you get to that point.
Well,
and you're close.
And that's what I told the guy. I said, I think I can start to see us coming out of that a little bit.
Yeah.
And I said, I hope I'm right on this. I think we have had a year that's been pretty tough, year and a half. And I think
y'all have thrown pandemic in, kids at home from school. See, I've never dealt with anything like that.
Well, so you would agree so you're saying the teenage years probably, as you played it out just then, that was, and that's kind of what I thought.
You have some people that go, that's the worst, depending on how things happen. But for me, looking back, once they got kind of self-sufficient, that was it got easier.
866 We Be Big. Want to hear from you on this. Chuck is in Hoover. Chuck, how are you?
Yeah, guys, I'm doing great. I'm a lot older than y'all. I've been through it all. I'm now in the granddad stage,
which is great.
It's fantastic. Greg knows this,
wow.
We had 4 kids, 5 and under. The last ones were twins, and I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. The teenage years, we had 4 driving at the same time.
See, that's
we had 2 cars totaled, 2 other accidents.
How about that insurance bill you had? How about that insurance?
I was having to work 2 jobs trying to keep the insurance paid in cars, and they were great kids. So I don't, they were really great kids. They're all married now, got kids of their own, and there's an old country song that says you're going to miss it or something like
Yeah,
that.
you're gonna
When
miss
they
when it's
get
gone.
gone.
That's true.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. When they're really young, it is stressful, but you know where they are, and you're in control most of the time.
Good point.
And
Good job.
I think that's the key point. When they all start driving, you don't know where the heck they are. Of course, now they got apps to track them and stuff. We
Sure.
didn't have that back in my day.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's something. Enjoy them while you can. But I tell you, like the old guy told me one time, if I'd known how much fun grandkids were, I'd had them first.
Amen to that. Because there's nothing better. It's just good times. It's all you're it's fun time, and then when it gets time for everybody's mad, you just send them home. That's the best part.
And I'll tell you who's making all the money. All these different dance recitals and all these cheerleader competitions.
Oh my goodness!
You go there and it's $20 a person, and
Yes.
you stay there all day. And I mean, it's just. I love them to death, and I'm going to do it. But
You're right.
travel ball,
Oh, yeah.
all the stuff. I mean. Speedy needs a trophy. Just
Oh, I agree.
hanging in there with all that crap, and the sad thing is, they've got a 1 in a million chance of playing professional ball,
Yeah.
or being a college cheerleader, and all of that. And but yet you got to support them, and you got to
That's
let
right.
them live out that dream.
That's right. You're right. And wow, your numbers though and their ages added to the stress. You're right. I remember us being busy with Little League sports and this, and because we always coached and volunteered. Lisa was always the cheerleader sponsor. Blah blah blah. And I remember we brought it up the other day. We're like, we used to get stressed and kind of complain then, but I wish I was doing it again.
Well, the big deal. You got to have a good group of carpool people, and you got to have friends you trust,
Yeah.
and a good church to go to kind of
Amen.
keep them busy too, and and then you got to pray every day that that they'll they'll do the right thing and stay on the right course. And there's a verse in Proverbs that if you train them up, they'll go straight. And so far, we've seen that promise
There you
come
go.
true. So anyway, appreciate it, guys. Enjoy it. We're probably the only few people that are up this time of day.
Well, look, man, we appreciate that's a great call. Like I say, you can really speak on stress of parenting with that age group that you got. Wow.
Chuck, thank you so much. I don't know.
Let me say one other thing.
Yeah, please.
The most difficult thing is not your kids. It's when you have to become a parent to your parents. That's the stressful part. That's
you are
the
correct.
sad part. That's the tough part. And all of y'all are going to probably be in there one day.
Oh, yeah.
God bless when you get there, because, man, that's tough.
You are correct.
Chuck, thank you so much, man. We got to go to break. That was excellent. I needed that. By the way, I'm writing Chuck's number down and probably call you from time to time
Chuck's
as a
seen it all.
pick-me-up. That was huge. I think you helped a lot of people there. I know you helped me. We'll be back 29 minutes after the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes after the hour. It's the kickoff hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Greg, who's taking care of this hour?
This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by our friends at AlabamaRoadTrips.com. Hey, who doesn't love a good old-fashioned road trip? If you're looking for a fun family vacation that's free, thanks to our friends at AlabamaRoadTrips.com, you can now enter to win the out-of-this-world family road trip. Now, this trip, it's a value totaling $3,500, and it's a perfect weekend getaway for the adventurous family. All the lodging and the meals are included, plus you'll get $1,500 spending money. Wow, how about that? And you can customize the trip however you want. It's located at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama, and your family will be able to dress the part with your very own aviation flight suits. You get to do all kinds of cool stuff. Now, we're going to announce the winner on Friday, July the 9th, right here on the show. So go enter and win the out-of-this-world family road trip today at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors page.
Good stuff. rickandbubba.com for everything Rick and Bubba.
Out of this world.
Real quick, College World Series update. Don't know if you know this or not. Vandy got beat yesterday. You know who took them out? The Wolfpack.
The Pack.
The Wolfpack has knocked off Arkansas, which was the number one seed overall.
Giant killers,
and now
what they call them.
That's exactly what they call them. And so now Vandy finds themselves in an elimination game on Wednesday against Stanford, who beat Arizona yesterday in an elimination game. You know, Vandy threw their ace. This is what's tough about baseball. Andy threw their ace, Jack Leiter, who is Al Leiter's son, by the way. Unbelievable. I think he struck out 15. Think about this.
Whoa.
Through 8 innings.
So he did all he could
do. Remarkable outing. 15 Ks, 8 innings. They got beat 1-0.
Hell, he's looking around going, a little help with the bats, guys. Come on. Hey, can you give me 2 runs? I held them to 1. You know,
Today's lineup, you've got an elimination game. You Tennessee fans got to play Texas. That'll be fun. I think that's around 1 o'clock today, Central Time. And then Mississippi State and Virginia later this evening. So there's your College World Series update. Greg, I've heard of arrests being made over stealing things. This is a little much.
California man arrested for allegedly stealing 42,000 pounds of pistachios, which is hard to say, by the way.
It's one of those words I try to stay away from.
They're valued at over $100,000. He was going to resell them. That was the reason, because you think, why is a man stealing pistachios? Well, he's doing that because he can sell them, because if you've ever bought any nut, they're expensive.
They are. Nuts are expensive.
They are very expensive. And a routine inspection, they located that he had his truck full of 21 tons of pistachios. And routine, they found him, and he had them moved into smaller bags, ready to resell them. Had him a little business going, but he got hammered. But here's the question we were talking about. How do you feel about pistachios?
I like pistachios.
Do you?
I really struggle with that word.
I mean, it's tough to stay. See, look what it did to the second word after.
I think that's what it is. It's what it does to the words around it.
These are one of those things I look at them and I go, man, those look good. And
a little bit of work.
And I eat a few, and I don't want that many.
Yeah.
And do you remember when did they still make them when they're pink?
You know, you brought this up
They would
earlier
color
off
the
air.
shell.
I've
The shell would be
I didn't
pink.
know that, by the
Oh,
way.
yeah, when
the
I was
ones
growing
I've
up.
always eat is the shell was that, I don't know,
Natural.
cream, natural color, and then there was a little green into
For some reason they dyed them pink or red, but because they get all over your fingers.
Huh.
I mean, they're okay. I'll look at them and go, man, I want some of those, and I'll eat about 3, and I'm like, eh.
This is a question I can ask. Why?
What about the salty shell you chew on?
And I like it, and it is a little work. I like this nut. Okay, I do. And this is one of those things I can ask. I think without Speedy being here, why are nuts expensive?
They are.
Is it the harvesting process? What is it?
I don't know. You're right. Is there a lot of cost involved in harvesting them and then preparing
almonds.
them and
Almonds
packaging?
are not cheap.
Almonds are ridiculous.
These are not cheap.
What about hazelnuts?
Hey, there's what's the other one I like so much in the nut family?
I like the Spanish Redskins.
But nuts are expensive. I want to know why. I want somebody to answer the question. Why
Go grab
are
you a
nuts
bag
expensive?
of almonds at the grocery store and check it out. About $9.
There's another one that's expensive too. In my mind, it's left me.
Cashews.
That's it.
Yeah.
I like a good cashew, but they're expensive.
They are.
Cashews are expensive.
I think the cheapest is just a plain peanut, and they're not that cheap. But like you get the little planters in the jug,
Think about
lightly salted, dry roasted.
just think about how many pistachios. There's the 42,000
That's a
pounds.
lot.
It says $100,000 value.
This guy had a
got.
plan. You don't just walk by and grab 42,000 pounds of pistachio. You know what I'm saying? He had help on the inside. He had to.
Wow, that's quite the nut inventory.
So they discovered 21 tons had gone missing from a designated lot. Okay, at a trucking company. So yeah, this was a big time operation. Did he really? Where do you sell them on the black market? Do you go up pull up and go, hey, anybody want any pistachios? Got some?
Or is this an eBay, Amazon thing?
I don't know.
Probably catches up with
He
you
was
at some
committed
point.
to it.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't just grab a few.
I went through a process last night. This whole
Pistachio.
Look, I'm happy for the city of Atlanta. Okay, that the Hawks have made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. But
Oh, Lord.
you talking about buying stuff online and all that? It's there's a part of me that wishes they did not make it because it has. Braden
got a
is
big
the
Hawk fan
He's
now?
the biggest Hawks fan, and we're trying to order jersey last night, and I feel like this link he's got. I don't know where he got it. It looks like it's from China, and I'm like, buddy, I don't know if this is right or not. I don't really want to pay that for it. I feel like we're being scammed. Can we find this somewhere else? So Amanda and I sat down and kind of looked over several websites. Finally found what I think is a legitimate source for this and purchased it. But so Atlanta Hawks is getting
Got a little Hawk gear at the house?
We had to buy some Hawk gear for some reason. Where are you at on GPSs, Greg?
GPSs, I don't use them much.
The voice activating GPS.
Oh, you talking about you can
going.
change?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because me and Lisa, we get to laughing about because you got the one with the accent, you got the female, you got the male, you got Didn't somebody do Rick and Bubba one time? Didn't they record
I think so.
something?
I usually do not use the volume. I just look at my Waze app on where it's going. I don't let it tell me. But if I started to do that, I think this is legit. How about the Trump GPS that talks to you? Have you heard this?
I have not.
It's not real, of course, but it's a guy saying this is what it would be like
become real
if President Trump was your GPS in the car.
Okay, I like the sound of that.
No, you're not ready for this. Take a listen.
We're talking about a left onto Sawtell Boulevard, a wonderful street. I built it with my own two hands. A beautiful street. I know a lot about it. Nobody knows Sawtell like I know Sawtell. You're going to make a left, and if you reach Bernie Sanders, you've gone too far left, okay? If you reach Bernie, you've gone too far. In 3 big, beautiful quarters of a mile, we're going to make a U-turn, okay? We're going to make a U-turn, turn around, or as Jen Psaki likes to say, we're going to circle back, okay? We're going to make the U-turn, the greatest U-turn the world has ever seen at Corpus Christi Drive, and we're going to turn it around faster than the world has ever seen. We're rerouting, or as I like to call it, lost, okay? We've got no clue where we are. We are more lost than a liberal after reading the Constitution. We're more lost than Sleepy Joe after leaving his basement, but we're going to get there soon, believe me.
Excellent.
Whoever did that is really got him.
He is really good. And I don't see his name. Someone sent this to us in an email yesterday, and it's, you know how you have Babylon Bee? Well, this is not the bee. And I don't know. I don't know who he is, but well done, sir, on that.
Great Trump impression.
So good, so good.
Whoever did that.
The last thing before we go to the next, we'll go commercial break, and then we'll come back and we'll hem-haw around that last segment. I got a couple things I want to bring up, but I've noticed something around the house now, and I'm not ready to fully embrace it. And my wife, I saw these. This is what made me think of it. These reading glasses here.
Oh, you got some
and I think
glasses?
these are either Rick's or Speedy's, one of the two. They leave in here.
I think they're Speedy's.
And so Amanda, my wife, wears these around the house, and it's the 1.25, the whatever that means.
Yeah,
but
the strength.
The strength of them. And so I grabbed a pair. I thought, I've been saying, no, I don't need that, I don't need that, I don't need that. And I was looking at my phone the other day, and I just happened to grab hers, and I was like, oh, wow, okay, this really does magnify. This works. This is really nice that I can actually I can see it, but that really helped. And so she asked me over the weekend, she goes, you want me to grab you a pair of those? And she was making fun and whatever. And I'm like, you know what? I kind of do. Sitting here reading, looking at my phone, it does make it easier on my eyes. Now, those are the 2.5 or 2.50.
Yeah, those are a little strong.
And they're too strong for me. It doesn't help. But the 1.25 does help. And so even me sitting in front
on
of
the end of your nose.
Well,
get you some of them.
Even though,
Granddaddy.
And I'm not ready to bring them in here and wear them. Okay, but I am telling you today that's going on at my house when I'm reading a book or looking at my phone or looking at an
Speedy
iPad.
started wearing his in here, so you might as well.
Speedy, I can tell when Speedy's serious because he takes them off and kind of points. You know what I mean? Yeah. I've noticed he's got some, but I'm not doing that yet. I just want you to know I'm not wearing those in here. I'm not bringing them in here. But I have officially jumped into that world.
It happens like overnight.
It does. It does.
Well, it's mine are the opposite. I lost my far vision. I still have my close vision. It's weird because it was aging. I've never worn glasses. I always had really good eyesight. So obviously the aging's what changed, but I lost the far off. I didn't lose the up close. So it's weird.
I mean, my vision is wonderful out there. 2015, after I had LASIK.
You were legally blind.
I was, Greg. I was legally blind, and we turned it around. But I am. At the house, I'm wearing reading glasses. There it is. I said it.
It needs to
now
come
you
here.
know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
51 minutes after the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. Speedy out this week. He may join us Friday. He's at the beach with Terry hanging out. Greg Burgess is here.
That's right.
Greg, the year was 1971. What a year it was.
1971, I was
You wanna take a shot at-
5 years old.
Okay.
How about that?
You want to take a shot at three things that happened.
Three major
that
things.
significantly impacted our world.
Okay, and this was in 71.
1971.
I was playing in the yard and didn't care.
The year gave us Starbucks.
It's been around that long.
It has. Didn't know that, and that's why. That's one of the reasons I'm bringing this up. Had no idea.
Yeah, I had no idea. It wasn't around here nowhere.
It wasn't, but it was founded. And think about the impact that it's had on people since 1971, and continues. If you don't believe it continues to grow today, you can go right here after the show and look at the line.
Oh,
The
yeah.
nearly people kill themselves getting there. They run through a stop sign every day.
They do.
The other thing, Disney World,
I thought
1971.
Disney World was Disneyland was already built, I guess.
I think so.
So down in Orlando,
So think
Disney
of-
World.
Think about that.
That's
okay?
a big deal.
So
Still,
you've got Starbucks and Disney World both
71.
created in the same year.
okay.
But that, I don't think, was the most significant thing. The voting age changed
What was
from 21 to 18.
we might want to reconsider that
Thank you, sir. How about that?
because nowadays
I think,
with this bunch we got coming up,
and I'm not. Listen, I'm an advocate of youth. Okay.
oh wow, I didn't realize that.
I
Is
want
that a title you put on?
I
yourself?
want to pour into this generation. Okay. Now
Yeah, you
I
got
do.
your hands full.
You do. And so I think it's a challenge, but I also think there's some good things that come out of this.
Sure.
But I will say this about them: I think an 18-year-old today is not. They're more like a 14 or 15-year-old.
Yeah.
Maturity level. Okay. And if you're 18 and listening, maybe you're not in
Maybe
that
you're an
average.
exception.
Maybe you're an exception. Not talking to you if you are.
Yeah.
But if you look around, look, I can speak to this because I was once 18. I was
Yeah,
once
you were.
24, 25. I was once 14. So I know, and I've asked my parents, and I've asked people that were around me at these different times, how was my maturity level? How does it compare to those that are doing this now? And I think this was, looking back, probably a pretty big mistake. I mean, serious business. I'm serious. And so I don't want to take your right to vote at 18 away.
No, I think it's safe. I mean, we're not going to do
But
that.
no, we're not doing that. But I think it is one of those things that you need to look at and go, you know what, kids are just not as mature at. I think it is a known fact that our brains are not fully developed until you're like 23 to 25.
Is that right?
That's a fact. You can look it up. So.
Look it up.
And when
Science,
you were
buddy.
21, and I saw something yesterday.
Science.
What is the guy's last name's Christ, the comedian? What is his name?
Christ?
Yeah,
I don't know.
John Christ. Thank
I don't
you,
know who
Eddie
that
Van
is.
Adler. He's a comedian. Got in trouble a couple years
Oh,
ago.
yeah,
and
dude. I
he's
remember him.
now
I
he's
remember
come
him.
back. and
Yeah,
he
yeah.
He's doing a bit right now on this thing that I'm talking about.
I got you.
And it is hilarious. And he's talking about the fact that, what about these kids that are used the people that built this country and made this country possible, and the things that were 18-year-old kids. Think about that.
Yeah.
They went off to war and they fought for this
Sure.
country, and this is why we have the things we have. And now they are dying for safe places.
Yeah.
That's their big battle.
Yeah, exactly. I
And
agree.
and
Big difference.
It is. And so it's not necessarily, and I think it's our fault too as parents. We're making these decisions
Sure.
that are putting these kids in these situations.
Yeah.
But anyway, the year was 1971.
1971.
Greg, Starbucks was
I
founded.
didn't realize that was that long ago.
Disney World was created, and we lowered the voting age.
Those three, I'm glad for Disney World the most. Well, then maybe it's getting a little weird, but
I will
the
say,
Disney Corporation's changed. But
Starbucks.
When I was a kid, I was like, "Wow, Disney World."
Oh, did you ever go as a kid?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We
we
were-
did too.
I
We
was
were a little
like-
older than
I think I was around 10 years old.
my
maybe.
brother and I debate this. I think we were 14 and 13. He thinks we were 12 and 11. We
I
could
was
probably
around
just
that
look
time.
at some pictures and turn the pictures over, and there'll probably be a date there and settle that. But we've discussed this before, he and I, and but we were starting our teenage years
Yeah,
for sure.
we were like 10, and then
I
the
think
next,
that's a good age.
and then
8
the
to
next time
10.
I never carried my kids. I guess I'm a bad parent, but then the next time I went to Disney World, I was staying there because we were working a hurricane around Orlando, and they put us up at Disney World. That's where we stayed.
How about that?
So that was pretty good.
I think
Until you went to buy a cup of coffee and it was $8. But yeah,
I think Starbucks has probably impacted my world more than anything, and not because I like their coffee and not because I like Starbucks, but because I think they made coffee just a bigger brand than it was.
Yeah.
It was the in thing to do. It was
instead
a
of
cool
getting into the
thing.
gas station,
Yeah, and so
it even made the gas station step their game up.
Yeah.
Because the old just
they
got
did.
the pot sitting there. Most of them are gone now. You got all multiple flavors and all
and
this.
I'm gonna
cool
tell you can get a. Used to you couldn't. It was jet black and sitting there for no
Ever.
telling how long
Oh,
on
you
that
just
burner.
dump it in that styrofoam cup, and
And
course, it didn't
you were
cost as much
lucky if
then.
there was a sweetener laying around or some cream.
it would be just spread out, and all the straws would be dumped.
Gas stations have turned their coffee
they've
game
turned
up
it
tremendously,
Now, you
and that's
still
what I'm
got
talking
some
about.
of the old ones out there.
See,
but
Starbucks has forced that on everybody.
they have. They have.
And that so that's but that's a good thing, and that's what impacted me
So you love Starbucks
the most. Disney World really, it's I'm not one of these.
yeah. I've been one time. I was 10.
My kids are not that fired up about Disney. By the way, I'm seeing that their pricing right now is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
Coming out of COVID. And
it's unbelievable. That's another thing. You better have some change, son.
they like it a lot.
Yes.
I mean,
Everything there's got a big price on it.
won't tackle this today, but I think we got a peppermint thief in the office.
Oh, a little peppermint thief?
Yeah.
I didn't know you had peppermint. in
I'm
your
gonna
office,
set
or-
some-
I'm not the thief, but I would have been. If
I'm
I'd
gonna
known.
set some traps and see who's getting my peppermints. I
Are they
think I
getting
know
them-
who it is.
Are they wiping them
and
out?
it's fine. Oh yeah, don't even have one left. Had a whole jar of them in my office, and it's completely gone.
How many of those did you think you ate? Not many.
Well, I had a box of TheraBreath next to it,
Yeah.
and I've been working that box because it's a better product
Yeah.
for breath, fresh breath,
It is.
and so I haven't even been getting into the peppermints, but somebody has because it's empty.
You got a peppermint thief.
And there's a baseball sitting on top, like inside the cup they were in.
You have to move it.
They have to move it.
Wow, a lot of effort.
I think it's Rick,
Probably.
and I'm fine with it. He can have a peppermint.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number, and we thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and it starts with the national anthem. Eight minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. And we're excited to move forward, and we thank you for being with us today. If you're here and, you haven't, it's not your desire to be here, somebody's making you listen or watch, we're thankful you're here anyway. We'll take you any way we can get you. Greg, Helmsy, Adler have already given you a kickoff hour. Speedy is on vacation this week. Rick and Bubba interns today. Millie Vanilli Wafer. We have Boom Boom Bazooka is here. Picking and cheering. I think I saw her too. All helping out today, earning their degrees from Rick and Bubba University in common sense. Common sense now is like having a superpower. We'll unpack the stories of the day. The world is as wacky as ever. And we look forward to talking with you. Wheel of Meat is in play, so that's another week, another opportunity there for you to possibly win on the Wheel of Meat. Look right there. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Your two warriors in the culture war.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Everybody sing, come on.
and fire. Serpentine fire.
Found out there was a few more elements to it than that.
Yes, we did. And you know, it's they used to have a great intro to get on stage.
Oh yeah.
When they bring out those elements.
You know, I hate I never got to see them in concert.
When they, I mean, when
as
they
many,
had it,
as many, I saw some good ones, but I never got to see them during their heyday.
When they brought the horns, they about 10 of them.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
They do that and show the different elements, and they hit that stage. You look up there and say, "Is there room for one more?"
Well, no tracks behind them.
There wasn't no tracks.
No. Everything was live.
I don't know how they handled payroll, but buddy, they had a big one.
Yeah.
The Phoenix Horns were letting it fly.
Letting it roll.
Well,
I would like to have seen them.
Gosh, they were good. You know, I know there's a version of them that may still be out there, but it's just something about.
You know, I saw the Gap Band right at their peak. I saw Roger and Zapp. They were all the same concert.
Mm-hmm.
Saw Kool and the Gang at their peak. Mm-hmm. They put on a good show.
Yeah, they do.
And you know, I saw Foreigner and God, who was the other Journey, but it was you know, it was after
Later.
Steve Perry, you know. And
Those are those concerts you go to, and when you.
But it was still good.
I know, but there's something about members of the band needing oxygen.
Yeah, Lou, was it who's the lead singer?
Lou Graham.
Lou Graham.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was on.
This
ox-
new guy
he had an
sounds just
oxygen
like him.
thing on, you know.
And during the concert.
Yes,
That's never a good sign.
It just kind of takes away from the cool factor.
Now, Rick and I saw the Commodores when Lionel Richie was still in.
Oh,
I'm talking about Brick House.
at the peak.
And they were the same way. They had a bag. They had
Silver,
them,
the silver white
Yes,
with
mirrors.
the mirrors all over them. Yeah,
and they had a band that played behind them, Mean Machine.
Mean Machine.
So again, there were no tracks. People played, so
Right.
they played because like the drummer would come down and sing Brick House. Well, you had to have somebody
Right.
else play the drum.
right.
So everything was live. There
See,
were
I
no
didn't see
tracks.
them either. I
And
wanted to see
Roger opened and Zapp opened
Yeah.
for them. And you remember that, Rick? This
Yeah.
is the first concert I've been to. I was in like the 8th grade. And he came out with a mirrored Flying V guitar. He could play really good.
them. Oh yeah.
And he was on this guy's shoulder, and they brought him through the audience. It was cool.
When I saw Roger, they had like an entire, it kind of looked like an Egyptian gang of about 7 or 8, and they had the
He
poles
could
on the
make an
shoulder, and they
entrance,
had the tent on top of that.
yeah.
And they was walking through, you know, and the tent would stop, and he'd stick his head out, and the crowd would scream, and then it was a
make
lot
an
of presentation.
On an uncomfortable moment, Greg, do you remember who the in-between band was?
I
the,
do.
the middle band.
I absolutely do. Ashford and Simpson.
Ashford and Simpson.
Yeah.
That felt a little.
It was, I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean, it was,
We were ready to get to the
I
concert.
know.
at that point.
That's one of those kinds you didn't really want your friends to see you there, but I mean, it was no. I've never mentioned them. I always say what was Commodores and Zapp
It was Commodores at their peak.
at
I mean,
the
they
peak.
were huge.
They owned it.
Yeah.
It
Lionel
was.
there.
Yeah, when I saw the Gap Band, they were, you know, Drop the Bomb was at number one. They dropped the bomb for about 45 minutes, best
yeah.
I remember,
Yeah.
with a big screen playing their video behind them.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was just you know those.
Charlie Wilson and brothers, by
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah, it's
The
just
Wilsons.
it's a different. And you know, I remember with Earth, Wind, and Fire. Back to them, what was so cool, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he was not Philip Bailey. He was the other guy, the guy that sings more lead.
Yeah.
And you got to think about he was one of the first people I'd ever seen that made a receding hairline cool.
Oh, yeah. Little short guy.
I mean, he had a receding hairline, but he was still so cool.
Yeah, he could sing so well.
Yeah,
I'll never forget
Yeah, there
when
he
I
is.
told
Maurice White. Yeah.
Don Juan DeMarco that
Yeah. Maurice.
when I broke it to him that Charlie Wilson, which had turned into more of a R&B singer, that he was actually, it was him and his brothers were the Gap Band, and he didn't know that.
Yeah.
That blew his mind.
I remember that was a big day.
Yeah, it was.
I remember that.
Revelation.
It was. I mean, you just watch stuff come together.
I had to show him the album cover. He couldn't believe it.
Yeah. So
Nah, nah, nah.
more background on music here on the Rick and Bubba Show. You know we're known for that.
Yep.
Show about anything. All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big, and also I think sometimes it's a defense mechanism of us not wanting to talk about the stories of the day.
I know it. It is.
More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Will of Meet and Play. It could happen at any time. Speedy on vacation. All right, so Bubba, yesterday, some stories we didn't get to, so we acknowledged that these were over the weekend, but we didn't get to all of them yesterday.
You know, this one kind of caught my eye yesterday. Texas residents are enraged, excuse me, as energy companies remotely raise temperatures on their smart thermostats. Now, I saw that and I went, how in the world did this happen? Yep. Now, you remember a few months back, we had the independent Texas power grid fail under a cold snap, and now it looks like it's going to be under duress during a heat wave, which, by the way, it's not Texas-like to have that. Seems like they get that fixed.
Right.
I guess all those windmills we saw down near Kingsville's not to generate
Not
enough
quite,
power.
turning,
not
the
quite
wind's
getting
not blowing.
Not quite getting it done.
According to reports from various local news outlets, energy customers with smart thermostats like the Nest have seen their house temperatures shoot up by remote control via the electric provider. It's not everyone, but the problem seems to be widespread and seems to be exclusively experienced by users who, at some point in time, agreed to a smart energy distribution system for perks like a free smart thermostat, a discount on their monthly bill, blah, blah, blah. It appears that they have, unbeknown to them, signed up to let the energy company increase their home's temperature by up to 4 degrees without warning during a period of highest demand.
Oh, boy. Pass.
You need to read the fine print when they start giving you free stuff.
Always pay attention. There's nothing free.
We had a similar program here in this state years ago, but it was obvious they didn't hide it in the print. People would agree they could shut their compressor off on their heating unit at certain time. Like, say I'm going to be gone all day.
Guys,
and they give them a better rate and all this.
That's the thing that makes it cool.
Yeah,
They leave the fan blowing, but it was just circulating hot air.
Exactly, but during peak hours, the people had agreed to that, and they get a rate or whatever. But you knew it going in. And like I say, most people would do it, you're going to do it between, I'm at work anyway, whatever. Yeah. But I don't know how well it went. But I remember that this sounds similar, but they didn't realize or didn't think they would ever do it.
Yeah. When they come home and their thermostat is set to 78 degrees, a little warm.
And they can't do anything about it.
No, apparently not. And even if you do, it's going to take you hours and hours and more energy to get it back down to a decent temperature.
Thermostat that they gave you that you were so excited about?
Yeah.
But look, don't sign up for somebody else to control
exactly.
it. This is not that complicated.
They're not forcing it on you.
Yeah.
It ain't like they cracked in there to people's thermostats and ran it up. I mean,
Greg,
it's a little weird. It's a little weird.
It is.
I know you worked for the Southern Company, and Bubba touched on it just right there for just a minute. I wanted to ask this because I thought, and maybe I'm wrong because I'm not an expert in this, but I was told that slight adjustments are much better off than shutting it off. You come home, your house is blazing hot, and then you knock it down to 67 because everybody's hot, and now you're trying to get that baby to work like a horse to get that house cooled off. You're better off for it to be just slight adjustments, a good degree here, a couple of degrees there, as opposed to shut it off and then shut it back on.
There's been a lot of studies.
Because it cuts off on its own when it gets to the temperature you set it.
I've always been told that, too. Is that right?
There's been a lot of studies done on it, and I'm sure whatever I say, someone will produce something that says opposite.
Sure. Well, I acknowledge I don't know what I'm talking about. But
I think it's a good question because I've always been taught
okay.
that, Rick. That's what I do.
Well, see, your heat pump, it's not capable of just making extreme cold air. I mean, it takes hot air in the house and puts it outside and uses its system to bring in some cooler air, but it's not by big numbers. It takes time to do it. What I have seen, if you change your thermostat by more than a degree or two during the day, you're losing the energy curve, okay? If you're going to be gone a week, and you want to knock it down 2 or 3 degrees, that's fine. And if you vary it a degree during the day, I don't think it matters that much. But when you start doing 5, 6, 10 degrees, you're going to cause that system to just have to grind constantly to catch up, and it's not energy efficient at all to do that.
Yeah, I have this bizarre concept that I kind of like my house to be the temperature I want it to be since I'm paying for it.
Yeah. And really,
And I know that's I know that's out there.
I agree to pay for it.
if you go
I'll
to
pay you
work,
for it,
but let me run it.
I'd like to be comfortable in my house.
But again,
And
these
let-
people
yeah.
signed up for it. They either didn't pay attention, you know.
Yeah.
Which is probably the case.
You know, they got a free toaster out of it or something.
Yeah. Well, if you you know, everybody thinks you're being sharp. Hey, I mean, y'all stupid if you ain't on that smart thing. They this, and all of a sudden you come in one day and it's 78 in your house. Like, what happened? Well, that's what you agreed to. What? So what? So was it really a good deal? Not really.
No.
See, that's like, and I don't know because I
Now
had already
you
left.
cover. Now you can put a cover on when you sleep.
I had already left when they started this with these smart meters they have now.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people were scared. Oh, I don't want that on my house. But they didn't ask you that. Those
Yeah.
are going on.
They went on there anyway, didn't they?
But they do a lot of things.
I just don't understand the Texas
good.
grid situation. Maybe somebody can
I'll
explain
tell
it
you
to
what.
us. I know they wanted to be independent and not have other states drag them down, but apparently they're not covering their own.
They ain't
need.
generating enough.
Right.
And look, I don't know if y'all remember, but Texas is a pretty hot place.
Yes.
Yeah, it
really
is.
hot.
A lot of desert out there.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of scrub brush. You know, I mean, smoking hot.
Well, you know,
That's Coach Tuberville.
it was pretty warm when we were there in the wintertime.
well, you know,
Yeah, we weren't
Except for a
cold.
little wind.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Anytime you see this kind of behavior, I hate to say this, and I'm not, and maybe you'll find out that you're wrong. But anytime this kind of stuff's going on, check the liberal influence in any situation. A liberal's always behind something like this.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make any sense that the grid's not working. Because it makes me think they think that windmills could do more than they could do. You know, you're
probably
letting
got solar
cities
bill
like
goods
you're letting
on that.
cities like Austin and Houston turn the place into.
Come on,
and
Dallas.
taking over a bunch of libs. I don't know what's happening in Fort Worth and Dallas, but is it bad there too?
Well, I think all big cities to some degree.
Yeah.
You know, sliding off the liberal side. But,
Sure.
You know, it's just I don't understand when we just handicap ourselves not to live in a way that Americans can live. I mean, that's all people. There's no, I mean, it's just crazy. I don't get it. I don't know why. And there again, I don't understand their problem. I don't know why. But this is just not Texas-like to be struggling with this.
No, it's like when I pick up a headline like this, I expect it to say California.
Right.
I mean, that's what I
if you
expect.
do, you go,
Right.
yeah.
I
wow.
go, well, yeah, California, their grid's not right because they're stupid. But when I see that Texas's grid keeps well, how does Texas let the grid get messed up?
Yeah, I don't
It's
get it.
embarrassing to tie
It
that
is.
to Texas.
It is.
Yeah, how's that happening?
I don't know. I wish somebody could explain it. I've tried to find out and watch online, and I've heard what they're saying, but I can't connect the dots on it. It doesn't make sense.
Well, now we all acknowledge that Texas is a gigantic state.
Oh yeah, Rick, it was a country when it joined us.
It's a big
Remember, it
boy.
was its own country.
It is a big boy.
Yeah,
have you ever
she's a
seen
big
that?
one.
Have you ever seen that thing where they put Texas up and how many countries are smaller than Texas?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
huge.
and it's
huge.
boy, I tell you, I mean, there's a lot of European places that are smaller than Texas.
Rick, you have to be tough to live in Texas.
Well, I mean, we thought.
Conditions are rough out there.
Well, we thought.
It's hot.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, you got to
Well, there's
live
a lot of
with your
people moving
thermostat
there.
at 78.
Yeah,
Right.
they'll lock her down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's almost like the worst combination ever. That people that are kind of, really, really far left. Usually they're also a little earthy, and really earthy people are the last people you want to be sweating.
No,
They stink.
Yeah, because they probably save water and then take a bath either.
Yeah.
All right, so Michelle says she can tell us something about it. She's a former resident of Texas.
All right. You know, my dad was big on baths. I don't know if you ever told you.
Oh yeah, I love that. That's one of my
He
favorite
said
things.
we got rivers everywhere. Get a bath.
Anybody can bathe. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Chatting with you, and there's room available if you want to be on. Boom Boom Bazooka, taking phone calls right now and setting them up. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Relief Factor, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show years ago, and you know why they're still here? Because you love the product and you've been responding. I promise you they're not still here because they go, we like that Rick and Bubba. They're still here because you love their product, and there's more and more of you that are coming on board to this show and finding the show, then finding this product and putting it to work for you. I take it every day. But let me tell you, if I misjudge the month on my order and I run out for a few days, I can tell it. It's all natural. It's 4 botanicals, and then you get fish oil as well. These are all in one pack. All of these, the resveratrol, the curcumin, the icarin, they've already been researched and tested that they can help with the body's inflammatory response. They're natural, and now they're all together along with an omega-3. And it puts together this power pack that helps you with the aches and pains of life. And for some people, this has been the product that they've been looking for to get their quality of life back without the side effects of the overuse of the over-counters or over-the-counter stuff or the addictive properties of some of the prescription painkillers. So go to ReliefFactor.com, get a 3-week pack for $19.95. Then you'll know. Inside 3 weeks, if it's working for you, then great. And most of you, that's what happens. If it doesn't, unfortunately, this is not the answer for you. But ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. So Michelle says she's been to Texas, and we were talking about that we're starting to read things about Texas that, frankly, are embarrassing.
Well, we just can't follow
and with the grid, and we know that some of the bigger cities.
Grid.
So, Michelle, you tell us what's going on in Texas.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Michelle.
So we built a house back in 2015 in San Antonio, and when we built it and got our power and everything turned on, they were very upfront with us about what the program was. We had an app on our phone, and if we were not home, we didn't have to worry about it. But if we were going to be home when they needed to do our section to turn the air up, we could opt out of it. If we were at the house. So I don't know if things have changed over the last, 6 years, but it was never hidden from us when we signed up for it. And like I said, if we were home and it was just too hot, we could opt out of it on the app on the phone.
So even if they were going to take your air conditioned temperature and move it up, if you didn't want it moved up, you could go to the app and say, hey, I'm out.
Exactly.
So
some of these people ain't reading fine print to get in it or get out of it.
And
Exactly.
How about this? What about what's going on with the grid? How's Texas have grid problems?
No, that I don't know. My daughter's at Baylor out there, and she's in a house out there. And when all of those problems were going on, it was funny because, her area, one block, was without power for that week, that it was so bad this winter. Mm-hmm. But her friend who lived 2 blocks over had power the entire time. So they all just went over there and had a good time for a week. But
yeah, well, I can understand Texas being caught off guard by this, historical but not unprecedented cold weather and the freeze they had because it's Texas. Just like where we live, right. we don't have a lot of equipment for snow because it's not a good investment. It doesn't snow enough to keep all that equipment. We can all hunker down for 48 hours and be back to our lives. But Texas should not be caught off guard by heat. How are they? Are just too many people moving there? It's just you wouldn't think that heat would be something that they could not handle the load. So anyway, all right. Well,
the only thing, and I don't know. Like I said, I haven't been able to fully understand the problem. Is that that they have been, have bought into, we don't want nuclear plants, we don't want gas-powered plants, we want more of this green energy, and it's just not holding up for them under, extreme, because you can't predict when the wind's going to blow, and you can't predict this, and can't predict sunshine, and, some of that is just not as reliable as, hey, let's fire up the old the old coal plant and turn the generator.
Yeah, first of all, if I want my house to be warmer than I want it to be, I'll just get married. Okay, but I don't want there's some outside source. You know what I mean? But I want to go back to this. You just touched on it. I think we'll find at the root of this kind of stuff one of two things: liberals have gotten in charge.
Yeah, systematic Marxism. Right?
Or conservatives have caved in to the propaganda of the liberal and tried to be sharp by trying to win them over by being more green. It's one of the two.
Yeah. Systematic socialism ruining everything.
It really is.
We got to root it out at all levels.
But you know, you go over and go, what happened? Well, we did. It's not that the libs took over. We just caved into them. Well, see, I knew it, guys. We don't have anything that can replace our energy situation right now. Even all these beloved green-looking things, they can do a little, but they can be supplemental, but they can't take it over.
Rick, what have we heard for the past few years? The country is using less electricity than ever before, mainly because of light bulbs we're replacing. The LED bulbs don't use near what the old incandescents do.
That was a step up, wasn't it? The LED
lasts forever.
Man, that was a step up.
Yeah, I mean, I use them because I don't want to replace bulbs.
Me too.
And honestly, the old incandescent, that's pretty much what Edison, invented, and we haven't upgraded it. And thank goodness LED has done that.
Well, it's like
that's a light emitting diode.
It's what I've said.
You're not aware of that.
It's what I've said about electric cars. It's what I say about solar panels. It's what I say about windmills. Even though I think windmills look ridiculous, but
if you want a windmill, put a windmill.
But what I'm
up.
saying is, let me finish this. I went to the LED light because it was better.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't like changing my light bulb every 30 days.
Right.
I'm exaggerating, but it's better. If the windmill and the solar panels and electric cars are better, then we'll move to those. But I'm not going to be told that I'm saving the world by doing it because that's hogwash.
But we've been seeing that demand is going down. So why are we having grid problems in Texas?
Dustin in Missouri. Dustin, can you help us with this?
Yes, sir. I work for a power plant, and I can kind of shed a little light on some of this. So we're decreasing, fossil fuels and things like that. Well, as low demand comes up, they will shed power by raising these temperatures in certain areas. That'll decrease load, and then they'll alternate throughout their section that they cover. It's no different than, you look at the hot summertime, you sit around the porch and think, well, it wouldn't be bad if this breeze was blowing, but when that breeze ain't blowing, then windmills ain't turning.
Yeah, so, I understand you have rolling, and not a rolling blackout, but a rolling thing where you change the load, what you do. But why are we even having that problem? I don't remember Texas ever having a problem with electricity growing up. Before this cold snap, that's the first time I ever heard of Texas having an energy problem.
Don't mess with Texas.
Correct. But look on the news. This coal-fired power plant is shut down. This one's shut down. You're shedding a lot of power and you're not picking it up anywhere.
All right, so let me see if I have this right. What you're saying is
what idiot does that?
Is what we're fearing. They're crumbling on demonized ways to create power that were efficient throughout our history, and now those have been demonized, and they're shutting those down not to have as many of them, and they've tried to fill the gap with windmills and solar panels, and it's the problem that we've been talking about. Those things are not they can't match what they replaced. Is
They're
that
not
accurate?
Reliable.
Absolutely, and what it is let's say their theory is. We decommissioned a 500 megawatt coal-fired power plant, but hey, we got 700 megawatts of capable wind. Well, if the wind ain't blowing, we do not have 700 megawatts of capable wind.
No, you just got a big bird perch is all you got.
Hey, Dustin, the word wind is in the name. It's a windmill. Right. So if you don't have wind, it ain't no mill. Okay, it's in the name. Everybody says, well, it's hard to be able to do it. What if the wind doesn't blow? Well, then we're going to have problems. Well, we can't live on that way.
Look,
we depend on the wind.
Well, let me ask you this. Why don't you just keep the coal plant ready to go, and then if it's going to be an issue or you're going to have extreme demand, fire her up.
Brandon in Texas. Brandon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Don't mess with Texas.
Don't mess with Texas.
Hi, I'm Brandon. Live out in East Texas. I work out in West Texas. Like this morning, I work for an electric company out of West Texas over here. It wind's blowing all the time out here in West Texas, and you see hundreds of these windmills not even blowing. You know, like the guy said before, all the coal plants over in East Texas, there's like 4 or 5 of them got shut down. I used to work in them. And they've got plants out there just sitting, not even being worked on or used. There's a plant just north of Nacogdoches, Texas. It's just straight where they burn wood and everything else to fire it, but they don't use it. There's a gas plant between Mount Enterprise and Carthage, Texas, that just sits there and it runs off of gas from all these wells in East Texas and everything. They're not being utilized half the time.
So it is the problem. We've tried to supplement with windmills, and windmills can't do the job as efficiently as what we shut down.
Well, yeah, that's true. But on top of it, they don't implement them. There's a lot of them just shut down because either one, they've got issues with them. You know, it's supposed to be a cleaner energy, but you got oil that's run down them, that's drained or the seals broke on, and they're not even being utilized. So you spend all this money to put these things out here, and they're not even being utilized, you know. Yeah. And plus ERCOT, they got in with ERCOT to run everything, and they just keep messing everybody over, you know, saying they need to conserve energy, but it ain't helping none. They don't know how to run the thing.
So what we've done, we've created something that we don't even have the expertise to do.
Exactly.
And we've hired out. We've hired out a bunch to do it, and they're inefficient.
Yep.
All right. Well, it's starting to come together. Texas has made some stupid moves on their energy and their grid, and look what's happened. Sad day, Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
8 minutes
me
to the
my
top of the
knees.
hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so we got a lot of folks talking about this power grid situation in Texas, and it looks like that our theories seem to be legitimate to a degree. Kayla, is it Kaylee? Kaylee's in Tuscaloosa. Kaylee, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good. So what light can you shed on this topic?
Well, my mom lives in Houston, and she was telling me the other day, and I might have misunderstood, so bear with me, but she was saying that the power grid there, they have their own grid, the state. They're not connected into anything else, and it's privately owned. So all these different companies are trying to get things up and running, but there's not one main person or company or source that's powering everything. So she was saying that's what was her understanding of what the issue was.
Lack of organization. There are all these independent sources, and nobody is working together.
Right.
Okay, well,
and while Texas is on their own, I think they were trying to do this to modernize, but it's Rick. If I'm looking at even the company that runs this, they're saying that their 10% of their power is coming from solar and wind, and 90% of it is more traditional. But when you need that extra 10%, some days you ain't got it.
Is this the backup quarterback that when we put him in the game, he's not very good?
He can't throw the out pattern.
Shay in Decatur. Shay, go ahead.
It seems to me that there is a lot of confusion out in Texas. The power grid going down and how did this happen? So now wait a minute. I mean, it's confusing me.
Wait just a minute. Whoa, hang on. You mean to tell me that a windmill won't spin if there's no wind?
I'm afraid that's our problem.
How'd that happen? Where can I go where the wind might blow? How'd this happen? I mean, it's unbelievable. Hey man, let's go ahead and move off this. Let's be a little more green. Well, can the green do what we need to do? Nah, but it looks good. Makes us look nicer, kindler, not as mean, like we love the earth.
Look, I wish it worked.
Well, yeah. What did I say about the LED light bulb? Why did we switch to it?
It worked.
Not to save the world.
We locked it.
It was better.
We locked it.
Let's go to Lee in Oxford.
More light, less heat.
Lee, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How about it?
I lived there about 30 years, and there were several contributing factors, in my opinion. One was they had a lot of coal plants that were old and inefficient and were causing pollution problems, and so they shut them down during the Obama administration. And then they took Texas Utilities and broke it up into a generating portion and a transportation portion and so on. And when the deregulation happened, then anybody could feed into those lines, and you don't have one item or one individual controlling the whole system. And so economics, several years ago they could generate electricity a lot cheaper with natural gas when there was a surplus, and now the market's turned and it's not as cheap. But in Mount Pleasant, Texas, on the 1st of July, they're going to implode 3 different units on a big power plant there that's been shut down for about 6 years. And like several of the other callers said, there's plants sitting there all over the place that aren't being used. So that's a big part of it.
Yep, there it is. It's just, you can see it's a lot of little things now become a big thing.
Yep, it's all adding up.
Hey, well, thank goodness we're saving the earth, though. Of course, there's no proof of that. But, let's go to Sue in Alabama. Sue, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Sue.
First-time caller.
Well, we're glad you finally did. How long you been listening?
I admire you two very much. I have a much simpler explanation, and this is just a hunch, but usually the simplest is usually part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's thousands and thousands and thousands of people walking over from Texas using more power.
You talking about the fact we got a border wide open and our population changes by the day? Kind of hard to figure out demand if you don't know what's required.
Well, here's an idea. Have a little extra.
If demand keeps changing, it's hard to know what supply to provide.
But then again, they're kind of acclimated after riding over in that U-Haul.
Greg.
They're acclimated to the heat, so they don't need a lot of air conditioning.
Greg.
Well, I mean, it's hot in that thing.
78's pretty cool.
78 feels good.
Let me tell you
after 120.
Howard in Alabama. Howard, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Actually, it's Thomas. Last name Howard. But
okay.
Talked to a girl and have been seeing her for a long time that lives in El Paso. El Paso never has any of the issues that the rest of Texas had because they didn't choose to go the route that the state went. So, like, they're still tied into the actual neighboring states because they're in the far corner.
Mm-hmm.
But, yes, like with the windmills, part of the problem was they just assumed that, well, we hardly ever have snow or ice. So when they put the windmills up, they did not put any type of de-icer, like a heater on it to actually keep them from freezing because they assumed that they would never have to worry about it. So that was the first issue with the winter part. But then, yes, like when you go away from nuclear powers a lot more than any other technology that we have.
It's the best.
It's magic.
That's where the whole issue kind of comes in. I mean, even with the coal plants, they could produce tons of power at one time. Of course, it has to be used, but yes, I mean, all of it kind of stacked together to be a major issue. And even with the summer thing, now you have that heat wave that pushed down, and yes, more people are using their air conditioning, and that's kind of what I do for a living. And it takes a lot more power to actually cool a house than it does to heat a house.
Yeah, and
summer's a big demand time.
And you would think Texas would be well versed on that since it's Texas.
Yeah,
right. That's the whole thing. It's still, I think it's just, the people in power that are totally underestimating or overestimating what they decided to go with, and that's kind of biting them now.
Yeah.
And the problem is it takes time to correct your problem, too. I mean, you can't just throw a power plant up.
No.
Ask California.
Right. Wow.
I wonder how much hydro they have in Texas. What's the river situation there? Well, the Rio Grande doesn't look very big.
Looks like a creek.
That's like a creek.
Oh, that's San Antonio. Barkley said that river ain't very big.
I could almost step across it.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. There's more Rick and Bubba. Greg, Helmsy, Adler here. Boom Boom Bazooka, Pickin' and Sheeran, and Millie Vanilli Wafer. Rick and Bubba interns. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. Wow, almost 28 years, closing in on that.
Bubba, do you remember the movie War Games?
Yeah.
Do you remember
Yeah. I love that movie.
Bubba's telling me that the Rooskies are getting a little close.
Well, Rick, I don't know if you've been to Hawaii lately. If you have, you might
have.
can catch the Russians out there having a war game. They're if you believe, it depends on who you believe,
Right.
how far they are from the Hawaiian coast. Unconfirmed satellite pictures say they're within 35 miles of Hawaii having war games. They've actually sunk an aircraft carrier, and the U.S. Navy Strike Group has moved into the area to keep an eye on them. And twice we've had to scramble F-22s to move them out of the area when they're getting too close to Hawaii.
Well, let's just think about it. I mean, if you are the Russians right now, boy, I bet you're terrified of that Biden administration.
Yeah.
I bet that just strikes fear in you.
The Russian forces are currently carrying out the largest war game that they have had since the Cold War. At least 20 Russian warships, submarines, and support vessels, flanked by 20 fighter jets, are taking part in the exercise. On 2 different occasions, as I mentioned, the U.S. has been forced to scramble F-22s to see what is going on. On June the 17th, the U.S. Navy admitted a carrier strike group had moved into the area. The Pentagon is watching the Russian maneuvers extremely carefully. They come after Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin met in Geneva last week. Both men admitted that relations between the countries are at a low. The Russians are saying they're 300 miles off the coast of Hawaii, but according to this story, they said that we have unconfirmed satellite images on June the 19th that appear the closest vehicle or the closest vessel of the Russian military is within 35 miles of the U.S. Coast.
So there's some disagreement on the distance.
Yeah, I think so.
So what are you going to do? What if the Ruskies say, "Well, we're not doing anything wrong. We're not moving." So what are you going to do?
So what is the limit? Isn't it 12 and a half miles? All the international waters, what they recognize around your country. So if they're at 35, they're in the rights to be there, but. It's provocative to say the least. I know we probably do the same thing to them.
Mm-hmm.
But you get all that armament in there, and it can get a little dangerous sometimes.
Well, remember though, the country that we are now, if the Ruskies are out there and we think that they're too close, and we start trying to get out like we're going saber rattle a little bit, all they have to do is say, "Well, that sure is mean," and we'll stop.
Yeah.
Wow, y'all sure are mean to. Now, I do know that all you got to do, because the worst thing could ever happen now is to be deemed mean.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, that right there, the ultimate goal is to be liked. We learned that. And it's just so hard to get people to like you that don't want to. That part's hard.
Hard to get mean people to act right.
We call what we call Sheryl Crow, foreign policy. The best way not to have wars is not to have enemies. Well, thank you, Cheryl. That's a great idea.
I'll go with that.
And I agree with you. We just can't get everybody to go along with that.
Yep.
Sometimes, have you ever noticed, there's sometimes, I don't know how to break this to you, there are people in your individual life that are not going to allow you to have a relationship with them that is not difficult, because they don't want to be in a relationship with you that's not difficult. They don't like you. They come against you. They resent you. There's something about you that chaps their rear end, and there's nothing you can keep trying. There's certain countries that, believe it or not, their ultimate goal is not to be, in good graces with the United States of America. So if we could get the whole wide world to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, I guess that'd be great. It's just so hard to get everybody to do it.
Yeah, it just seems that a lot of people don't see the world in the same light we do.
Picture this: you're sitting across the table, and we know that we have countries that feel this way now, and factions. How are you doing? I don't know, devil. Oh, okay. So that we're off to a rough start. We think you are the devil and should be eradicated from the face of the earth.
Probably not going to find any common ground.
This is going to be a harder conversation than I thought it was going to be.
You'll have to work on this one.
Hello, who are you? I'm a aspiring superpower, and I would like to be the standalone superpower in the world, not you. Okay, well, what if we just kind of all work together. Well, no, see, I can't work together if I want to overtake your power. So that's not going to work. Then you have people that want other people's lands. We've had that throughout history. That's hard to get everybody to turn that off. Then we got civil wars going on everywhere. Why? Because somebody says I want to be in charge. Mm-hmm. So I don't really know how you do it. I mean, it's Cheryl, that's great, and all of you that are going to some kind of candlelight vigil tonight. But it just doesn't seem to be the real world. It seems a very naive, childlike view of this fake world that we really don't live in. So you kind of have to be prepared for the fact that sometimes people will make themselves your enemy. I mean, doesn't that make? I mean, you don't want you wish that wasn't true, and you try to stay out of it if you can, but you better be ready for it because, I may say at my house today, God forbid, I would prefer that nobody come in my house and try to hurt my family. But I need to be prepared just in case those people really do exist. Right. I read the headlines. I think they exist.
Yeah, they do.
So I kind of have to be prepared for if I encounter one of those people, even though I would prefer they didn't exist. Even if I wanted to be their friend, they may not feel the same way.
You need to be able to meet that challenge and overcome that challenge if that challenge presents itself.
So those kind of statements are fun to say. They're just stupid because it's not realistic. It's preferred. I'm not against the sentiment, but it just isn't the real world. And so my question again, and I go back to this, if the Ruskies say we're going to sit right where we are and we go, we can prove that you're closer than you're supposed to be, and they go, what are you going to do?
Well, still at 35 miles, they're probably, we don't like it, but if it's only 12 and a half miles, we recognize internationally, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, whatever the number is, if they're not inside of it, we can just not like it, I guess, and lump it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Or we can put our battle group and cut them off going home and see if they go between us or around us. We play that game too.
What's the origin of lump it? If you don't like, I don't know. If you don't like it, you can lump it.
I just like using it. You can just
look
lump
that up, somebody.
You can lump it.
That's all I got for you.
Right. Well, we're back off. I didn't know you were going to say that.
You don't like it? Lump it.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I've used it many times.
I know we had if Speedy was here right now, he'd be screaming, "Rick, what'd you do with that book?"
Yeah.
But wait, you want Speedy to weigh in on it, Rick? What'd you do with that book?
Well, we had idioms, but I don't. Some of them
there's no telling where it is.
Some of them were never covered.
I know.
They got me.
We stumped that book a lot.
Remember when we'd be just so excited and we go that book, it wouldn't be in.
Well, our friends and people we grew up with made stuff up that the rest of the world was not in on.
Well, Greg, we run around with a group of guys, and we now run around with another group of guys that create our own language.
Yes.
I mean, the word keep is not a real word.
No, you won't find it in idioms.
I mean, it's not.
So,
Garok's not in there.
I have found a little bit here.
Okay.
It says one of the definitions of lump is to tolerate an unpleasant situation.
There it is.
There you go.
And it says this dates back to 1500s.
There you go.
And it says that from a British dialect word meaning to look sullen, others claim it is a nice way to say stuff it.
Okay.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to continue to use it.
Mm-hmm.
I like that definition.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had to lump something?
Oh, yeah. It's not good. It's not,
almost daily.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just going to have to lump it and get through it.
Meaning, so it's not going to change? Not like looks like you got to lump it.
You either deal with it, you lump it. You can like it.
You can lump it.
There it is.
15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's show. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll give you a quick You're America, and we could do these all day long, but we had Juneteenth celebrations over this weekend, and as we said, I don't know why anyone would be against our country acknowledging and even celebrating the end of slavery in our country. That is something I think worth celebrating, but there were some places where the celebrations, I think, kind of got away from maybe what we should be celebrating. Oakland had, unfortunately, people shot. Is that correct?
Yes.
While
celebrating Juneteenth.
While celebrating Juneteenth, people were shot. And I want to just be sure that I have this correct. Ambulances had problems getting to the people who had been shot. They were delayed by people twerking on the ambulance.
That's correct.
Climbing on the ambulances and twerking.
Yes. Some were just touching the side of the ambulance while twerking, but there's a few who actually got on the hood.
How is twerking tied to celebrating Juneteenth?
How do you see an ambulance with its lights on go, I tell you what I need to do is go twerk on it?
Why did
the
the ambulance draw twerking?
They were trying to get through the crowd. The crowd was celebrating, and they were trying to get to the people. Well, the crowd said, well, hey, here's some sirens and a big vehicle. Let's twerk on.
Do they not know what ambulances do? And
not
when
sure
they have
got the message.
But when I see an ambulance and its lights are on, don't I know that it's trying to go help someone?
Look at Biggin.
Oh my gosh! Why would this happen? Where is the thinking that I'm going to get on the hood of an ambulance with its lights on, trying to get to people who've been shot, and start twerking where the ambulance cannot move forward?
I'm not sure the requirements for twerking and what it called, when it's called for.
I'd like to talk about, does twerking belong on a Juneteenth celebration period?
Yeah, that's a good point.
With my Daisy Dukes
Well, Rick, if
on.
we're going to go that far, how about a shootout? I mean, that's not really a good celebration.
I would say a shootout's not the way to go, and I would say twerking's not the way to go. But I want to go. I want to be sure again that I have this narrative correct. I'm an ambulance driver.
Yes.
And they have said, "Hey, man, we got people shot. Where are you?" I can't get to them because people are twerking on my ambulance.
That had to be that.
Because we're going to have an ambulance for this woman who's on the hood.
Yeah.
Because I'm about to knock her off, and she's going to fall back onto the concrete unless someone catches her. And it does seem
you got a friend up there too. Looks like.
It does seem like that she has maybe a right amount of cushion, maybe not to be hurt. But what if she hits her head?
I know. Yeah. Now if she falls just back on like in a seat, she's fine.
But where's just the clear thinking on this? And could it be that people were not at this celebration?
That was one heck of a throwdown.
Had left the world of clear thinking, maybe.
Yeah, I don't.
You think they were really dedicated and worried about the significance of Juneteenth and what it represents? Do you think they were really?
It didn't look like the way. It looked like a lot of our, Bubba.
Looked like
we've talked
infield.
We've talked about this on the show a lot of times. A lot of Americans will have these federal holidays and these very important things like the Emancipation Proclamation that we want to acknowledge. But people at some point get to where it's just a day to party.
Yeah.
And you're like, are you losing the significance of what we're trying to talk about here? Pretty big deal.
I mean, this isn't Cinco de Mayo.
No,
this has a pretty good meaning. I'm not sure what Cinco de Mayo.
Well, it really doesn't matter what the deal is.
It looks more like a block party.
And what you're celebrating. If an ambulance needs to get through to people who are hurt, get out of the way.
Yeah.
Get out of the way. Your celebration's not more important than the ambulance doing their job.
We shouldn't have to say don't twerk on the ambulance. You should just say get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean,
don't twerk on the ambulance. Should never come up.
That's way
Who
down.
would thought that would have happened?
That's way down the list.
Yeah. How about just get out of the way?
I mean, all right, let's think about this. You're sitting down, and this is your moment to talk to your offspring about life.
Yeah.
And you said, today I'm covering everything, the do's and the don'ts. Mm-hmm. Do you even think you even bring up now? Look, while I've got your attention, never twerk on an ambulance.
Yeah, first an ambulance trying to get people wounded, do not twerk on it.
It seems like that
thanks, Dad.
No person in authority would have that on their list of things they need to cover.
Felt like they didn't need to cover that.
Because they would think that any walking around human being would go, nobody had to tell me not to twerk on a ambulance on the way to help people. I already knew that.
Yeah,
I figured that out on my own.
I got it.
When I developed the ability to reason.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? I mean, I can't believe this even happened, and people are shot. So first of all, a shooting at something like this is not what we want.
No.
And then
someone disagreed over something.
But then we have an ambulance that is trying to get to these people, and the obstacle it could not get around to get there were people twerking on the ambulance.
Yes.
You know, I'm glad that the ambulance and the first responders are there, but boy, I tell you, they have a tough job like that. And you see them on the highways. I mean, there's sometimes when we're 3 and 4 wide here in a traffic jam, and they're behind you, and you're like, "Where am I supposed to go?"
I know. Yeah. I'm trying to let you by. I'm not going to twerk on you, but I know.
I try to get out of the way.
Right. Yeah.
Never.
I twerk right on over to the shoulder.
If we've got
yield to emergency vehicles in your yields and rules.
If we're going to yield to them,
we don't go by rules anymore.
Greg,
I forgot.
Greg,
That's what I want to do.
If we want to pull over on the side of the road in a vehicle safely for an ambulance to get by, then we probably go. I'll tell you one thing I shouldn't do either is twerk on it.
Yeah.
Okay. If I need to get my vehicle out of the way,
I mean, I got to get off the road and sometimes mud or whatever, but I got to get over there.
Would you have ever thought, trying to prepare your children or anybody for the things you need to know in life, that you need to cover if an ambulance is trying to get the people who've been shot? Don't touch the ambulance. Don't get in the ambulance's way, and please don't twerk on the hood.
No.
Did you think you ever had to cover that?
Well, you learn something new every day. Right?
You do. Mitch is in Georgia. Mitch, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, buddy?
Hello.
Apparently, Mitch decided he had nothing to add.
I would like to throw this challenge. If you've ever twerked on an ambulance, give us a call.
Greg.
Tell us what your thought process
Can I
was.
tell you, if we came back and said, now, only people that have done this, I bet, unless we can get these women to call.
Yeah, it's not going to be a crowded line.
I think 10 lines is more than we need.
I hope so. I'll say that. Yeah, we don't need 10 for that.
Cut it back to 3.
We're good.
Right. Because these 2 women may call, and then one more I didn't say. So these, I mean, let me tell you this, too. The twerking is so vulgar that Adler, I asked him not to show it and completely just give us a still shot because when the twerking begins, it is so vulgar, we wouldn't even show it.
Yeah. That one looked like 50 pounds of chewed bubble gum.
All right. Thank you, Greg.
That one.
Thanks, buddy. Mitch, go ahead. Are you
She
back?
was slinging it.
Yeah, sorry about it, guys. How y'all?
I am good, man. You go right ahead.
Rush Limbaugh said it a long time back about what the whole problem is. Y'all know what it is?
I think I do. I don't know that Rush and I are completely on the same page, but go ahead.
Do y'all know what the most expensive commodity in America is?
No.
Ignorance. That's the whole problem.
Yeah. Well, I like go back to what I said about.
I was expecting more.
Well, I was too.
Yeah.
Back to what I said
Delivery.
about you would think this was something you wouldn't have to cover.
Right.
Yeah,
And I think that's kind of what he's
that's
saying
pretty
too.
much where we're at,
I mean, yeah. If we've gotten to the point that no one can reason that out for them, Greg, you go ahead. When we've got to the point where people can't reason out no twerking on ambulances on the way
It's
to help
over.
people, I mean, it really is
It's over.
I mean,
It is.
you got to say, look, I got to go somewhere where this has not gotten to this point yet.
Yeah, I give up.
Yeah, I'm done with Oakland because if they don't know enough about ambulances and trying to get to people and knowing when the twerking needs to stop for a minute, you know, the thing is, you just let the ambulance so you can go right back to twerking.
Yeah.
Just let it through.
Wait, twerk on a tow truck. I mean, they can be held up and still, nobody's life's dependent on it.
But not an ambulance.
They got sirens too.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Your phone call's coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we will chat with you. Lines are available. The interns are taking the phone calls right now, and we'd love to chat with you. So dial us up now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. I do want you to go to MyPillow.com, too, this summer. Check out my store at MyPillow.com. Now, my store is Mike Lindell's, project of putting together something that's an alternative to shopping on Amazon. And a lot of these American entrepreneurs are trying to get their product to you and me, and so Mike Lindell said, I'll do it. It's called My Store, and you can go there and find all these great American companies, and they've got military flags, patriotic decorations, razor blades that you'll love, that last longer and are sharper, and they got fire starters, and they've got all kinds of different supplements and vitamin companies. Jay Wolf's basketball shooting strap. They've got a pet stain and odor remover called Wolf Perfect. Moisturizing soaps and essential oils. Coral Sun cooling spray mist for time out in the sun. There's all kinds of cool products. So go to MyPillow.com. You'll see My Store. Click on that. And always use the link there that says Radio Listeners. It's in a square. Click on it and use the code Bubba. Right now, the premium My Pillow at MyPillow.com is only $29.98. This is the best offer you've ever heard from Mike Lindell on this world-famous pillow. So if you've been putting it off because of price, make a move now. It comes back with that 60-day money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. So use the code Bubba at rickandbubba.com where it says Radio Listeners. To the show, let's see. Oh, I see. Richard is standing by out of Dothan. News Talk 103.9. I wanted to ask about the show. So, Richard, go ahead.
How you doing, guys? First-time caller.
Thank you. Thanks for the call.
And so I moved to Gadsden in 1996 when I went to Gadsden State, and the show's completely different now. It's like a different format. I just wondered if you could give some kind of insight of the evolution of the show and how come it's, I really enjoy the Christian aspect and the politicalness of it. But do y'all ever miss doing like more comedy bits, like the Sexiest Fat Man Alive? Y'all miss doing that?
So tell us, I guess I was going to be more specific. What do you mean the evolution of the show? The spiritual evolution is pretty simple for me. I was lost when the show first started. And once I was redeemed by Christ and was reconciled to God and have gone through the sanctification process of growing in my faith, just like everything else that I deem of value, I just talk about it a lot because it means a lot to me. At one time, I pretended that it was a big deal in my life, but you couldn't really confirm that by watching the way I lived. So I think we've always talked about whatever is going on with the individual people of the show. I think the political part you're talking about, probably we just got older and care about these things more, the state of the country. And there's a lot of prominent things that have happened in our country, frankly, that are worth talking about. Probably when we were all hanging out 94, 95, 96, probably weren't as concerned with the state of the country as you are now. And other than that, though, I mean, we still do some of the same bits that we did then. Some things get old and you just don't want to do them anymore. Some things have an expiration date. Then you do some new things. And the show, really, if you think about it, the show format has not evolved, but some of the topics may have changed based on the people doing the show changing. Is it any more complicated than that? I don't know.
Richard, what is your observation overall?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm just being completely honest with you. I didn't listen for several years. I was living back in Mississippi, the Gulf Coast, where I'm from. But it just I've been listening the last 3 or 4 years now, and I enjoy the show. I listen to it every morning.
Thank you.
It's just way different than when I was introduced to y'all back in '96. It's just completely different to me.
Well, I don't know that it's completely different. I think, like Rick said, you evolve. We change. The listeners change. The environment changes. Nothing's going to stay the same. So, it's just we still talk about whatever's on our mind. And I think American life as a whole has got more political.
Yeah.
I think politics are now, it seems like they're in everything. So it is more of a topic than it used to be.
Yeah, I think, Richard, what Bubba said is kind of what I was saying. We still talk about whatever's on our mind, just different things are on our mind now. And because I'd ask you the question, are you the same person and have the same interests you had in 1996?
Oh, definitely not. I'm more political now as well.
Yeah, go.
mean, like I said, I like the show and the comedy before. I just was kind of curious if it's come to a point where y'all had to step up to the political level and not as much comedy anymore.
No, it just really flows from who we are. We're really not talented enough to pretend. But I can say this about the guys here, and we've all been in agreement. I think the fact that we still want to be here 27 years later is the fact that we don't just continue to do things that we're tired of doing. I don't ever want it to sound forced and hey, we're doing something because we think we have to, not because we really want to.
And we're still kind of the exception to the rule that we cover the topics we cover. I mean, there's political shows, there's sports shows, there's comedy shows. There's spiritual shows that handle all various flavors of that. But we kind of handle a little bit all of it. So, and those are not as widespread. I mean, I can't really name a lot of them.
Yeah, I even know sometimes, Richard, just being fully transparent, I really do know that sometimes you think today right now we need to do something goofy and silly and funny, but we just can't force it. It really has to be there, and so we try to, and I think that's what's always made the show work is because I don't think anybody thinks we're faking it. I talked to people all last weekend when I was at that men's conference. They were around anywhere between 2,700, 3,000 men there, and the thing I kept hearing over and over again, I feel like I know you guys. The reason why I like the show is I feel like that what's going on in your life seems to be the same things that are going on in my life. And I just feel like that we're sitting around talking at our house, and people will say that. I know you don't know me, but I feel like that I know y'all. And you know what we say? That's good. That means that connection has taken place. It's also one of the things unique about radio is there's a connection that really the other mediums just have never been able to pull off. So I think what you were asking, now that I realize, was there a game plan? And the answer is no. There really never has been. The show has evolved because the people doing the show have evolved.
Yeah, the game plan has been not to have a game plan.
Yeah. So does that answer the question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Richard. And I'm glad you're still with us. Thanks a lot. RT Langford. Hadn't heard from RT in a while. RT, how you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm doing all right this morning. How y'all doing?
Good. I hope you're having a good day.
Well, I'm just driving a little bit, but I heard you on there talk about twerking on the ambulance, and I had to do some twerk on the ambulance one time.
You did? You did?
Thank you.
Well, yes, sir. It's the turning of the wrenches and whatnot. It's the tedious wake is what we used to call twerking, and I had to do some twerking too.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
Maybe not quite twerking.
Yeah, just a little bit. That's a little different, RT. But
tweaking and twerking.
Wait, what the word y'all talking about?
It's different. It's just
a little dance move.
Yeah,
coordination.
It's a little dance move that women who I guess will dance this way and then go out and complain why men see them as objects. But anyway,
well, I don't know nothing about dancing in no ambulance except for that one time they started poking me and I got to jibbing and jabbing and trying to get up out there now.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I understand. RT,
Lord have mercy. Hey, y'all have a blessed day now.
You too, RT. Thanks for calling. Let's go to Steve in Scottsboro. Steve, listen to us on 101.7. What's going on, buddy?
What's up, fellas? Morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Listen, I just had to thank Greg for the 50 pounds of chewed up bubblegum comment. It owned me.
Yeah, those
maybe more like 60.
Yeah, those little drop-ins. You got to keep it listening. You got to catch them little drop-ins as they go by.
See, some people's missing that humor.
Yeah. Cheryl, go ahead. Hey, Cheryl, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good.
First-time caller. Yay.
Thank you for calling. Right. A lot of first-timers today. Go ahead.
Yeah, been listening to you guys from the very beginning, and this is the first time I've actually got in. Tried a few times. I was calling about the ambulance and the comment the gentleman made about Rush Limbaugh and talking about ignorance in America and how these people were ignorant. And I just want to make a small comment about that. Ignorance, by the definition, is lack of knowledge. These people didn't have lack of knowledge, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
Well, you know, I say that, but it kind of goes back to maybe this is something you have to cover now that at one time you didn't have to cover. I mean, have we gotten to the point that people don't know you shouldn't twerk on an ambulance?
I hope not.
So they need to be. They need the knowledge of that, or do?
No, I think
like
her
she said,
point is
her
they
point
know
is
it, he ain't
they
supposed to
have
do it.
the knowledge and they just
do it anyway.
Right. Well.
Rick got caught up in the moment.
Yeah, Cheryl, you make a good point. No, I know I shouldn't do this. I just do it anyway.
Yeah. I just kind of want to do it.
Right. Yeah. I have to
Check
say,
it out.
I've had those moments in my life. I knew what I was doing. I shouldn't be doing. I just did it anyway. So 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. There's more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and thank you for being with us. All right, so the Olympic Games are almost here in Japan.
By the way, got an email from somebody in Japan, and they said the COVID crisis there is much overstated to what it really is.
What, somebody's hyperbole and exaggeration?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they said it was just like a lot of places here.
Yeah. You want me to just let CNN tell y'all about this? Because New Zealand's weightlifter will be the first open trans competitor in the Olympics. This is a trans woman, meaning a biological male. And here's CNN with the announcement.
History has been made as well, as weightlifter Laurel Hubbard has become the first transgender athlete to qualify for an Olympic Games. Transgender athletes have been allowed to compete at the Games since 2015, but up to this point, nobody has qualified. Hubbard competed in men's weightlifting competitions before transitioning in 2013, and she's set to compete in the super heavyweight 87-kilogram category as the oldest athlete in the competition at the age of 43. Another transgender athlete, BMX rider Chelsea Wolfe, will travel to Tokyo as part of the United States team, but has been named as an alternate, so she's not assured of competing.
Now, that last one was the one who claimed if she was on the podium, she was going to burn the American flag.
That's the cyclist?
Yeah.
Now, which way is the cyclist? Is this a transgender male or female?
I think it's a male to female.
Rick, all of them
I'm not sure
that you hear of in sports go that way.
I was going to say, have we heard one that's a female that says, "Hey, I want to jump in the male game"?
Because there's no advantage to doing that.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at that, Rick.
So we're going to let somebody
the female,
represent our country that says they're going to burn the flag? Wouldn't that be kind of crossing you out on our team?
I think it would, yeah.
The female weightlifter from New Zealand, if you are a female and you've been training for this, I got bad news for you. You're going to be out of luck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, Greg, you told us what the Olympics tried to do is to deal with this transgender thing. They're saying if your testosterone exceeds a certain level, you cannot compete as a woman.
You have to maintain below it for 12 months.
But the problem is that you said.
Well, I'm looking for the article yesterday that actually broke the numbers down. And unless I misread it, it said even at that level, it's like 5 times what a normal female. Unless I read it wrong.
Yeah, saying that.
So the Olympics look at the chemistry of certain things in your body to determine if you qualify as female.
Yeah,
right. But the fact that it's still a biological male is there's an advantage there physically that people can't get around no matter what they try to do with hormones and the lowering of testosterone and all of that. I mean,
they have come up with a number that they say if you can stay below this for 12 months, you can compete.
Because
as a female,
you could even see in this video, and I'm not saying that this person would, I'd like to know how they did when they competed as a man. Because if there are some times if you've got the strongest woman with one of the weaker men, you may can get to the point where something can equal. But you can tell the muscle mass ability of this transgender woman is going to exceed anything that a biological female can.
And correct me if I'm wrong, this particular individual also has competed as a male in weightlifting.
That's what I was asking. How'd they do it?
I don't know.
Because you know what I'm talking about. Like, let's talk about sprinting. If I am a really, really slow man, then there are women that can outrun me, no problem.
Absolutely.
But what we're saying is the fastest woman in the world won't even come close to being the fastest man in the world.
Yeah.
So males physically have the ability to produce much more muscle mass and strength than the way a woman's body is designed, and doesn't mean they're any less equal in value. It just means different, distinct. So that's why we usually have women competing against women and men competing against men, because we all recognize that's science.
That's why we started that.
It's science. But now this transgender world, the impact on women's sports is going to be, it's not going to be a positive. And people have worked so hard, and rightfully so, to
we saw in Connecticut in the track and field in the high school.
Right.
You know, and the girls sued, and the judge threw it out because they'd already graduated now by the time it got to court.
Yeah. So
they never did decide the issue.
But I will say this: if the Olympic Games say this is our standard and you've met it, then the transgender person can compete.
I just feel bad for the females who have trained, no matter what the sport, no matter if it's Connecticut high school athletics or the Olympics, who have trained to do this, and they're going to be denied by somebody who was a biological male. It just does not seem fair.
Well, you touched on it, and we've touched on it before. I think the solution is that there should be another category.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to.
I think that biological men should compete against biological men, and I don't like when women who claim to be women are thrown into men's sports. I'm not really a fan of that, because I don't think that's good. There's potential danger there for the woman, in my opinion, especially things like football. But and wrestling, men wrestling women, that's just weird to me, and just doesn't seem appropriate. But anyway, so why we may have to create a trans division, and the trans athletes compete against each other in their own division.
And when you do that, you lose the advantage. I don't think you're going to see as many people excited about it.
Probably going to be tough to sell tickets to. Probably, I'm not sure there's a big demand for people that want to watch that, but they may create an audience and have they make their way into the arena on merit. I know that's kind of a lost word that we don't use anymore.
Right. The old merit's been left behind.
Merit's become a bad word now. Hey, it's become a bad word now.
Yep.
I'm
sorry.
Go ahead.
Before transitioning, Laurel Hubbard's had for a short time, a record in the New Zealand junior records division, but that was surpassed by someone named David, and then Laurel now competes as a woman, as you guys know.
When Laurel was a man, or identified as a man, at least in the junior division, did pretty well. So
sounds like it.
So we will see. We'll see how this goes. It may be that this biological male is not strong enough to beat the biological females in this sport, but
yeah, we don't have the East Germans you can count on anymore.
No,
no,
they could come solve this.
Oh yeah, they're pretty strong.
But
did you see? We were talking about the rules for the Olympics. It's going to be in Tokyo. That they're going to have 50%. Admittance into the stadium, but you're not supposed to cheer. Did I read that right?
You can't cheer or do high fives.
What are we doing?
You can't yell out loud.
What are we doing? Am I in a mask in the stands too?
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, Rick. Yeah, I mean, look, the Asian Rim, they go around. They've been in masks a lot longer than we have.
That's true. Top of the hour. We'll take your phone calls when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to talk to you when the Rick and Bubba show continues. If you're leaving us today, thanks for being with us. Have a great day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Rick and Bubba interns at Rick and Bubba University, Boom Boom Bazooka, Millie Vanilli Wafer, and Picking and Cheering. Earning their degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. And if you want to get in, got about 2 or 3 lines that are available. The others are full. We'll start working through those to start the hour. But welcome back first, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank you for spending a few hours with us each and every day.
To the phones we go to start the hour. Let's start with Jordan. Oh, looks like we're going to get a firing in there, Jordan.
Jordan.
Right out of the gate, Bubba, we're going to get a firing in there.
A lot of people named Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
All right, Jordan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What's on your mind?
Morning, Biggins, Green Acres to you.
Oh, we got a little Green Acres working too. Go ahead.
I have to share this with you. I'm going to just read this Babylon Bee headline, and then I'm going to hang up the phone and let y'all discuss.
I think we've already seen it.
No, you can't say that word. I mean, even I haven't read it today because, I mean, come on. I mean, it's they've got a doozy they put out yesterday over the trans athlete and an injury that the trans athlete received, and the injury would kind of take away the notion that this person's going to compete as a woman.
Yeah.
And it was funny.
If you could have read it, it would have happened at 6:06.
Yeah, right. We'd already been way past it. But Jordan, thank you for that. I'll just let everybody go look at that on their own. Let's go to Joyce out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Joyce, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just don't understand how an albuterol inhaler or an asthma medication can be considered a competitive enhancement, but all of these hormonal therapy treatments that people go through in order to change their sex are not considered somehow enhancing. There's a lot of things in the world I don't understand. That's a big one. I don't get it.
Yeah, it makes no sense, but I can answer to you why. But it's still now. Let me warn you. I will tell you why, but it's not going to make you feel any better because it will still be illogical. In our society, if you can position yourself, and we have many of them, meaning you're not allowed to speak critically of me because fill in the blank. Well, the transgender community has worked theirself in that position, and if you're critical of anything involving transgender, you're mean. You're, I don't know what the word would be. You're transgender phobic. You are less a human. You're a Neanderthal. You're backward. You're not woke. And so what happens is once someone can establish that kind of status in our society, then they're bulletproof. There's nothing you can do. Now, you said something logical. If we consider these things to be an advantage, how can we not let this be an advantage? And you're just not allowed to have that point of view. I'm sorry. It's illogical, but it's not allowed. So that's the world in which we now live. So the key, I guess, is you think there's any shot we could ever get in that category and be one of these people you can't speak out against?
No, I don't think so, Rick.
We got a lot against us, don't
we?
Boy, there's just a lot of, So
a lot of shameful things we are.
Listen, and you need to get in touch with your shamefulness. You know that.
Yeah, I saw the video.
My wretchedness is pretty clear to me. That's why I needed redemption. But and there's no need for anybody else to add on. Let's go to Ryan in Gadsden, Z93. Ryan, go ahead.
So for the first time ever, a couple of months ago, me and my wife went to Topgolf, and she beat me 2 out of 3 games. And at that point in time, I retired from sports altogether. I could not imagine being a man on the world stage competing in a woman's sport or woman's division and end up losing. That would just be embarrassing to me. So I'm just going to let y'all talk about that.
Yeah, the few times that Sherry beat me in a sprint, it almost made me go work out to say I must right this wrong. Even though,
but look, there's a lot of females that can beat males in sports on various things. But when we're talking about the best of the best, on average, the male is going to take that because of their physical makeup.
Yeah, if you're the fastest woman in the world, then you can beat guys that are average down. You can't beat the elite. And that's just because of what I said. It's a physicality thing. It has nothing to do with the quality. And I'm with you. I don't know where the shame is. I will give Bruce / Caitlyn Jenner credit. he realizes how ridiculous this is, or she, and he says this has nothing to do with being anti-transgender. You know, Caitlyn Bruce Jenner has a weird concept that the choices that he has made in his life that he thinks is where his peace is found, he realizes there's some sacrifices that come with that.
Yes.
Now, we don't live in that society anymore, but I would say that if I was a biological male and I wanted to identify as a woman, I think there still would be something that said, I'm not delusional and I have no interest in competing against biological women, because though I identify as a woman, and that's a mental thing, biologically I'm not one. So to go into that division and compete, I really haven't accomplished anything.
Yeah. And we've said this before. No one is more qualified to make that opinion than Bruce Jenner.
I mean,
he's transgender.
He
He's a world-class
expert.
athlete.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, he knows that's both. He's involved in both of those worlds.
Bubba in Alabama. Bubba, go ahead.
What's up?
Different
What's
Bubba.
up,
Yeah.
fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, T. Bubba.
Greg.
Hey, I got a question for all these racially motivated people out there.
Oh, boy.
If you was drowning, or one of your children was drowning, or somebody you dearly love, and there was no one around, and all of a sudden there was a hand stuck out to pull them out, would you care what color it was?
Thank
No,
you, Bubba.
sir.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, it's
That's right.
Well, the thing that's confusing now is I think I see a narrative being created now, which I thought was the goal, that we didn't see people's color, we saw their character and their worth. We're now being told that attitude is wrong.
That's the strangest thing, isn't it?
And that, I don't know what to do with that.
I know.
So I'm not supposed to see people as equal, no matter what their ethnicity, and just a human being that is worth so much value that God Himself came off His throne and died in their place. That in and of itself is the wrong attitude. No, I'm now wrong to not recognize ethnicity more.
I think that's what they're saying.
Well, this is hard to follow.
When you see the list of the requirements,
Yeah.
it's in there.
Yeah, until that changes.
Yeah, I don't know.
And who
I'm
knows when that
confused.
will happen.
I read one about slang words yesterday, and I got so confused. I didn't know what to think.
Right. And you know what happens? You get to the point where people say, okay, I'm willing to try to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then just like we did when, we tried to add on to the law and all this that God handed down, then what happens is people become so frustrated and burdened by it, they just give up.
Yeah.
And it's,
yeah.
Can't do it.
My brain
Can't do it.
can't process this.
Kurt in Florence, WLAY. Kurt, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just want to say that I thoroughly enjoyed the Gridiron Conference. This is my fourth one. My son and I started out, and I didn't get a chance to call yesterday, but we started out to T&I, and this weekend we were able to bring 18 other guys with us. Had a fantastic time, and I want to say you really look good in that blue shirt.
Thank you, buddy. I like my blue shirt.
Also, I saw some women sitting up in the crowd. Kind of bothered me a little bit.
I saw, you know
You know
what?
what I mean?
I snuck in.
Well, I was afraid because I didn't know
Snuck
whether these may be women identifying as men. I didn't know.
That's hard to say. You don't know.
That's my point.
Did you ask what their pronouns were?
Yeah, because I didn't know if they were WBs or wife bringers. I didn't know what was going on.
What were their
See, I was
pronouns?
trying to
Anybody
look-
know?
I was trying to look for a watch, to see if they had a ladies' watch or a big watch. You know what I mean?
That's
I
good.
couldn't see, and I didn't want to approach them because I didn't want to get beat up.
I never thought about that. Look to the watch. I never thought about that. Yeah. Well, thank you for a comment on my blue shirt. How'd you like my gray one on Saturday?
Usually with us, darker's better.
Always. 15 minutes past 866 We Be Big is the number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba show, how to get all the Rick and Bubba content, shop the Rick and Bubba store for swag, and look at upcoming events.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Day without a
O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Getting excited about after vacation, getting back out there again. We've got man church opportunities for you. Orange Beach, Alabama. How about Orange Beach? Sunny 105. A United Methodist Church there in Orange Beach. They'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy for the man church, and I'm honored to be there to kick that off with them. And those men, if you want to join us, you're welcome to be there. July 24th, man church again, First Baptist Church, Decatur, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Then I'll be staying that evening and speaking the next morning at the Sunday service. Or services. I'm not sure if they have only one or two, but looking forward to being there in Decatur, Alabama on July 24th and 25th. 24th is men only. August the 6th, I'll be headed up to Huntsville again. This time we'll be over at Mount Zion. They'll be doing a men's event, a men's gathering. Looking forward to being there, called a Man, Faith, and Football event. So I'll be speaking there. They'll be also implementing the men's discipleship strategy. And then the 12th of August, Athens, Alabama. They're already doing the discipleship strategy, and I think they're about three-quarters of the way through the first curriculum, and I'll be there for their man church, excited about their next gathering. And then Sherry and I will be together in Pensacola, Florida, at Olive Baptist Church. This is a marriage gathering. Sherry and I both will be speaking, and Shane will be in concert after our sessions. If you'd like to have a great weekend in beautiful Pensacola, Florida, and spend some time with Sherry and me, we'd love to have you. So go there for August 14th. You can see how to get tickets right there. So all of this coming up, and looking forward to Cape Girardeau, Missouri. We do a man church one day, August 21st. So all that's coming up for the rest of the summer. All that can be found at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices. Excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. So, Bubba, we had a caller earlier that said they'd been listening since 96. You and I have been doing this since 94. And this is a story that is as old as Rick and Bubba. And I don't know what's going to happen if people are ever going to learn about exotic pets, especially the chimpanzee. Let me just say to all of you out there, two things I want you to learn today on the program. Do not twerk on ambulances that are on the way to help people who've been shot.
Right.
That's one.
I think that's a given.
That's one.
I thought we had that on the list without having it on the list.
Undoubtedly, we have to put that on the list. Now, I would like for all of you to know once and for all, do not have a pet that can take you. And I would put at the top of the list of pets you should not own, chimpanzee. It's going to the top of the list.
Once he gets a certain age.
Oh, my good. Greg, let's just don't even.
That's why Michael Jackson put Bubbles down.
No, you're right. And
we got to a certain age, and he wasn't going to go to the Grammys with him.
So now we have a deputy in Oregon, as if Oregon doesn't have enough trouble. A deputy in Oregon had to shoot and kill an adult pet chimpanzee this past Sunday because it attacked a woman and I think her daughter. It says they were called about 8 a.m. Maybe it'd be better to get up and get ready to go to church versus getting up and feeding the chimpanzee.
Yeah.
The chimpanzee's owner is Tamara, and buddy, I got no chance on that last name. None. She said that the ape had gotten out of the cage, had bitten her daughter in the torso, arms, and legs.
Boy.
So now she is 68 years old. Her daughter is 50. She says now, because the chimpanzee's gone nuts, they're now trapped inside a basement bedroom, and they are in need of medical assistance. Hopefully, it can get there without someone twerking on the hood.
Maybe.
So in order to provide medical aid to the daughter, the ape had to be fatally shot in the head. By the way, props to the deputy.
Yeah. He didn't play.
Pretty good shot.
Yeah.
Because why? Because the chimpanzee will now hurt and kill anybody that's trying to get to help the other human that he's already mauled.
You mean Buck?
Yeah, I'm talking about Buck.
17-year-old chimpanzee?
Oh, he's weighing 17.
Old Buck.
Mm-hmm. After the incident, both women were taken to the local hospital, about 200 miles east of Portland, for treatment. Oregon, and now hang on to this brilliant idea.
Oh, boy.
Oregon made it illegal to own chimpanzees in 2010. So all right, well, that's smart. But then they had this. But anyone who owned an ape prior to 2010 have been authorized to keep the animal for the rest of its life.
Yeah, grandfathered in.
Probably
that's pretty typical in laws,
right? But
although
in this case,
well, if it's something that's considered dangerous, maybe go ahead and pull those.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: they made a decision to keep this this chimpanzee, and they've paid a price for it. Now, I guess while they're sitting there getting stitches.
Well, now you're quoting Erica Fleury, the program director at the North American Primate Sanctuary Alliance. Here's what Erica says to all of you. Listen, if you don't want to listen to Rick and Bubba, what do we always hear now? Follow the science. Attacks from any privately owned primate in captivity should be expected. Underline that.
Look at him.
Because these animals are not living healthy lives where they can express their natural urges and engage in natural behaviors. I would take a note of that. Now,
Well, that covers a lot, doesn't it?
listen to what she says. If you own a primate, you've created a ticking time bomb by engaging in direct contact with a dangerous animal. Now he is dead, and a woman has been mauled because of this woman's refusal to follow expert advice and transfer Buck to an accredited sanctuary.
Once Buck got to that age, he had to go.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, they got away and they still got their
Yeah.
faces.
Yep.
That
'Cause
poor
that's
lady
usually
got
what
a
it goes
face
after.
eat off that time. Wow.
Yeah, that was tough.
I love this line at the end.
Poor old Buck.
It wasn't clear what caused the chimpanzee's attack. I tell you what it was.
He's in the chimpanzee.
He's an ape.
He's
That's
an ape.
what.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he is an ape.
He doesn't need a reason.
And something went wrong, and their strength. Oh my gosh, their strength, and they're biting, and they're grabbing, and they're breaking, and they're tearing.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
just,
they're really strong. Rick, I'm shocked at how strong a little raccoon is, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. Imagine an ape. Do you realize how strong they are?
They're strong.
Do you know that?
Anybody, if you get that thumb working, you can make it happen.
Did you know a chimpanzee can grab you by the wrist and jerk your arm from your shoulder?
I know. I don't deal with that.
Thank you for that, Rick.
Well, I'm just telling you. And let me tell you, the places.
I mean, they're not talking about Sir Lancelot Link.
No.
The things that they bite and the things that they grab, you want no part of that.
No.
No.
The target areas.
For some reason, they love to tear people's face off. I don't know
Fingers.
why. But they'll go after a finger, torso.
Well, Rick, if you watch
other
cats,
worse.
if you watch cats
Nose.
or dogs or any of that, they go for the neck. You know, they're
They gotta find that
absolutely go for
jugular.
that neck.
I was watching an animal documentary just last night, by the way. Let me tell you something. Black Death, water buffaloes against lions.
Haven't seen that.
Is a dandy.
Rick, you love all that.
But anyway,
Trials of life.
Yeah, but the Sherry came by and she goes, Rick, I'm sorry. I don't mind watching animals and their beauty, but why do you get in these? At some point, we're watching another animal eat another one.
Yeah, that's.
And I said, well, this is a circle of life.
Well, you want the whole story, don't you?
Yeah, this is all going to be redeemed, but right now we got problems.
I don't want to see it.
But here's the thing. I love when all these experts start trying to talk to us about chimpanzees and when you can recognize when they're agitated. I tell you when I recognize it when it's ripping my face off.
Yeah, that's a sign.
Yeah, when they show you their teeth, it's usually a
That's
big
a
marker.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I don't care if he can smoke cigarettes or all the tricks they do.
Greg,
He's still
count
a
to
chimp.
10, all
Yeah,
that.
he's still.
Life's
Go
got
get you a beer.
But
all that.
life's got things out there that I can't control, Greg. Like I have to get in a vehicle. I don't have a choice.
That's true.
If I want to function. But I just don't know about going to bed every night saying if something went wrong with the cage, we're all going to die
I
tonight.
know. I don't have to do that. That's not required of me.
Who wants to walk that line?
No, I try to keep things that can harm me out of my house.
Yeah.
Not invite them in.
Buck is
Give
dead.
them a banana.
And the women are injured.
Nothing good came from it.
No.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so working our way back. All right, we got a new sponsor on the Rick and Bubba Show. You got to listen out for this. You're going to love this. Boxofawesome.com. So a box of awesome. So some fun and exciting things that you can bring. It's a cool gift idea for somebody, too. The summer of your life could be, upon you. You're thinking to yourself, well, I got things that I like. I got things I enjoy. So there's an opportunity with boxofawesome.com to take your adventures to the next level, because they've got a new lineup, and these are must-have collections. And this is from the folks at Bespoke Post. They're partnering now with small businesses all around America. And this is some emerging brands to bring you the most unique goods every month. Now, I want you to think about this. No matter what you're into, boxofawesome.com has you covered, from travel and outdoor gear, maybe some summer styles, even grooming goods, and so much more. Their collection covers just about every part of your life. Now, if you'd like to get started and say, I want to look into this, and take a simple online quiz, because they don't want to send you a box of things you're not interested in. They want to know things that you consider to be awesome. So you can do that by going to boxofawesome.com, and then based on your answers, they're going to help their team decide what they should put in your box of awesome for you or whomever you decide to surprise, because it also, like I said, makes a good gift too. They realize new boxes every month across they release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. It's free, and it's super easy to sign up. And you can skip a month or cancel anytime you want to. You're not locked into some, yearly contract or anything like that. Each box costs about $45, and the amount of stuff that's in there is guaranteed to be over $70 worth of gear inside that you're going to love, or the person you're sending it to is going to love, based on the questions that you answered. So right now, if you are a supporter of this show, and I don't know how you'd be hearing this if you weren't, you can get 20% off the first box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and just enter the code Bubba right there at checkout. So check it out today. This is brand new to the show, and put in your first order. Boxofawesome.com. The code is Bubba for 20% off your first box, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Just let them know what you're into or whoever you're going to send it to. All right, so a couple of Your Americas today, and these are always fun.
Rick, you're wearing that button out.
Yeah. We just locked this button out. So in Minnesota, home of your Vikings, Bubba. Minnesota. In Minnesota, we have a girl who is talking. She's 9 years old, and she is talking to her school board. Now, remember, Bubba and I have been working pretty hard here on the show to see if we can't bring back what used to be a given, but now it's become a superpower. And that's just common sense, to logically think through something. So we have a 9-year-old that seems to have this superpower because she's 9, and she is talking to the school board about what she deems to be kind of an inconsistent promise of no politics in the school.
This is excellent, by the way. Greg and I were talking about this earlier today, just off air, and I didn't really give it a whole lot, and then he played the video for me.
Yeah.
Now, picture 9 years old. So y'all have been around Maddie lately, Maddie, who's 8.
Yeah, right.
Okay, she'll be 9 in September.
Okay.
And I can't imagine her Maddie's got some confidence. I don't know that she's got this kind of confidence.
So here
knows what she's talking about, too. It's very well done.
Yeah, so it's Lakeville Area School Board. The meeting was on June the 8th. And here is what she said to the school board about them being inconsistent with the promise. So here we go.
Here again. The other day I was walking down the hallway at Lakeview Elementary School to give a teacher a retiring gift. I looked up onto the wall and saw a BLM poster and an Amanda Gorman poster. In case you don't know who that chick is, she's some girl who did a poem at Biden's so-called inauguration. I was so mad. I was told 2 weeks ago at this very meeting spot, no politics in school. I believed what you said at this meeting. So at lunch, I went up to my principal to tell him about the BLM poster and that I wanted it down. He said it's not coming down. I was like, yeah, it is, because the school board said on May 25th, no BLM or politics in school. He said, that's weird. They were the ones who made them. I was stunned. When I was here 2 weeks ago, you told us to report any BLM in our schools. Apparently, you know they're in our schools because you made the signs. I said there should be no BLM in schools, period. It does not matter the color you make the posters and the font you use. We all understand the meaning. It is a political message about getting rid of police officers, rioting, burning buildings down while King Governor Welch just sits on his throne and watches. We all know. Changing the font or the color of posters does not change the meaning. I am 9 years old and I know that. You expect me to believe that you did not know what you were doing by making these posters? Come on, people. I do not judge people by the color of their skin. I don't really care what color their hair, skin, or eyes is. I judge by the content or the way they treat me. MLK said, I have a dream that one day my 4 little children will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. That dream has come true. I do not care or look at the color of skin, but you make me think of it. I have Asian, Mexican, white, Chinese, black friends, and I don't care. I like them because some of them make me laugh, some are sweet and kind, sporty, or share the love of God. They are just my friends. You have lied to me, and I am very disappointed in all of you. You cannot even follow your own rules. If you're going to do that, why do we follow any rules we deemed unfit or ridiculous? I'm not following your mask rule anymore then. Get the posters out of our schools. Courage is contagious, so be courageous.
And there we go. So
I like her little attitude she's got.
Well, and you know, whoever wrote that for her, she delivered it well.
She did.
And
She did.
Yeah. And the bottom line is, you know, that what she's saying, if all that's accurate, where they said, look, we're going to give you a school system with no politics in it, which I'd be all for.
Yeah.
I don't expect the way that I see the world to be taught to other children. That's something I need to be doing in my own home. But if you're going to say there's no politics, no political movements of any kind allowed at the school, then that means no political movements of any kind.
That's it.
Well, here's the problem, though. How do you teach kids about politics, about the parties, about policies and all that when you have that kind of ban? I mean, are they just saying in the hall, or you can't talk about this in the classroom? Or
I think what they're saying is you're not going to come to your school. Now, they don't mean it because they did it anyway.
Right.
You're not going to come to a school and that school take a political position and put up things, any propaganda in the school for any political party or any political movement. I don't think that means you don't teach government in government class. That may nowadays. Or history. I think what they're saying is we're promising you that there will be no attempt. I can't say that word. Proselytize.
Yes.
There'll be no attempt to proselytize your children into any political view or any movement of any kind. And so they say, but you.
And that sounds good, but it's hard, I guess, in reality, to be completely, free of all that if you're teaching it. But I think it's good that they learn what one side thinks and what the other side thinks, and why one side thinks the other side's wrong, and let them learn critical thinking on their own. Speaking of critical, but again, in the school, I mean, I know if you have kids wearing in shirts with various slogans on it, it's going to be disruptive. I got that. I mean, I almost see you. Why I understand why schools don't want that.
Right, and she said you said that, but now you have posters.
Right.
Not talking about it in a class.
Right.
You have
On the
posters up in the hall promoting a political movement when you said that wouldn't be on people's shirts.
Right.
There would be no posters put up in the school. So, and then when I went to the principal and said, you even specifically said Black Lives Matter would be one of the things that would not be perpetuated in the school. And the teacher that I said you're not supposed to have that up said, well, the school board made them. And undoubtedly they took the logo and made it red, white, and blue, different whatever. And she said you're not following your own rules you said you were going to implement. So I don't know whatever happened, whether the school board said thank you, go away. It says that there's been. Fox,
what was the answer to that little speech?
Fox News reached out to both the district superintendent and its board members seeking a comment on the matter, and they have not commented. So there is no. But it says that they highlighted the policy 535, which stated the goal for the district was to maintain a neutral view as to all political campaigns and issues. And she says, well, why are you promoting the political movement Black Lives Matter in the hall if that's true? Because you said that you wouldn't do that.
She was a little sassy about it.
She was.
That part Maddie does have.
I started to say, don't you know she's a little handle around the house?
Oh, yeah.
You think she'll debate you on something?
I can relate to that one.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll tell you what. What is she going to think about the Minnesota schools implementing critical race theory? But anyway, so
probably not a fan.
But there is no. To answer our question, there's been no comment from the superintendent or the board. But if they pass the policy the way it's read, then they shouldn't have these posters up. And that's kind of what she's saying.
Live by their own rules they pass.
Well, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. So I know that many of us, especially when we got into this world of playlist, it used to be mixtapes. Remember mixtapes?
Oh, yeah.
Golly, remember a good mixtape?
What's called a playlist now.
How about a lot of work, though, to make a mixtape?
Oh,
it was
Rick.
a lot of work back in the day.
I dubbed so many cassettes.
Mixtape me. And but so now it's much easier with playlist, and you hear people talk about they have different playlists for different things they're trying to accomplish. Didn't expect to see that.
Yeah.
But anyway,
it's regular.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
so anyway,
I'm doing a study, by the way.
Are you?
Yeah, I'll
So-
fill you in.
I think I'm gonna pick at that.
I like how Greg has the mic well.
I forgot we were on there. I was in the
Rick,
middle
he's
of
got the mic under his armpit talking into it.
I was in the middle of something. I forgot we were on there.
So anyway, well, look, that's happened before with in Rick and Bubba past with even guests. So and you always have this thing of if you go into any locker room anywhere, and of course now the world we live in, you can go in any locker room you want to, male or female. Yeah, and but you go in
or other,
and you'll see people sitting there, and they've got their earbuds in. And they're listening to a playlist that they claim motivates them, gets them fired
fires them up.
And you're saying there's a study today that says there's something to this.
Listening to motivational music like "Eye of the Tiger" by Survivor actually does help runners combat mental fatigue, according to a new study. This is from a university in England. They found that motivational playlists that include the 1982 smash hit improved performance on runners' test after a mentally draining mental test. As well as "Eye of the Tiger," the playlist included "No One Knows" by Queens of the Stone Age. Anybody?
I don't know that.
Anybody?
I've never heard of that.
You may have to pull that up and play it, Rick, so we can tell what it is. Run This
say
Town.
it again?
"No One Knows" by Queens of the Stone Age.
Don't know them.
Adler, is there a way for you to cover that if I play some of this in here?
Yeah, I can cover it. That's a great song, though. Queens of the Stone Age are good.
You like them?
Queens of the Stone Age?
The fact Adler likes it means I may not.
All right, and what's the name of the song, Bubba?
No One Knows.
No One Knows.
No, I haven't listened to that song in a long time, so the lyrics, I forget, honestly.
I hope they're filthy.
Another one that was in this test was "Run This Town" by Jay-Z.
Yeah, I know that one.
I don't
that
know
one.
that one.
That one will get you.
You don't know
I do
that
know
song.
that.
And "Power" by Kanye West.
Boo.
By the way, I think Kanye West possibly the most overrated artist.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even in that genre of music, I think there's people a lot better.
Oh, Rick. I mean, when he performs live on Saturday Night Live, I mean, you look and go, so you do this for a living.
Now, was that where he did the one under the tent?
He did that, and then one time he was dressed up as a bottle of water.
Yeah, I saw that one.
I remember that.
And that was weird.
All right, so here is Queens of the Stone Age. So, Adam, you can cover it for the YouTube if you need to. I'm looking at the lyrics right here. At least the first few lines look okay.
I'm just trying to pick the tune up because I don't.
No. I
recognize
got you. I just want to know what I'm about to play in case somebody says, "Hey, appreciate that," as I'm rolling here with my 9-year-old. You know what I mean? But it looks pretty. This is supposed
I know that song.
This supposed to fire me up.
So,
does that fire you up?
Well, I'm trying to say.
All right, that doesn't fire me
All
up.
right, now pick one that you would want.
Now, compared to "Eye of the Tiger," I don't like that.
I get out of
that. That is. That's
here's
awful.
the thing. So, Bubba, you're saying they use this in the study?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that to me that makes sense, and the reason I say that, we all have songs. I don't need a study to tell me that certain songs make me perform better on a treadmill running than other songs.
Rick, I'm going with
that's
"Shoot
just-
the Thrill" by AC/DC. That's what I'm going with.
There are things I have playlists built in mine.
Yeah, but what I'm
workout
saying
playlists,
is for
stuff like
somebody
that,
to
I
say
get it.
we did a test. I mean, is that something that I think, or do they see it
They're
really
just saying
happen?
any music that right.
Absolutely, that's the thing. And so, for instance, if I was part of this
It wasn't
test,
so much that
and they
song.
put me right, but when you compare it to
Well, where
other
they-
songs they used in the study, that probably did motivate them to run.
Yeah, based on the.
It would have motivated me to run away from that song.
Well,
Yeah,
but you don't
if
know
I
what
hurry,
you
will
had,
it- will
Rick.
it
You don't know
finish?
what you had listened to prior to that on the treadmill, and maybe even struggling through. Does that make sense?
I just don't think that one's going to get me there.
Well, it may not, but Like I said,
I don't like the song.
I don't know what I don't know what in the
It
study
didn't
they were
motivate me.
playing before you heard that
Well,
song.
like
that may have been a pick me up compared to what
like
you just
for
listened
instance,
to.
when I was in high school and they said, "Here come the Yellow Jackets."
I get all that.
Yeah,
I get all
We're
that.
not talking about fight
and
songs.
that fired me up.
Yeah.
Rick, I think that would fire me up to run.
It's even called a fire. You put that on the treadmill, I don't pick up the pace.
But if there's some slow song and it's kind of dragging,
I mean, look, it's called a fight song. It makes you want to fight. I think that's better than Queens of Stone Age.
I'm with you.
and some people are saying we didn't let it roll long enough. It's much
so-
more of a pump you up song than you know. We didn't play it. I don't know.
But I don't want to pump up something that I got to let roll.
I get
that.
They're
needs to
going
hit
by
me
the
pretty
tempo
quick.
and all that, but I kind of got to like the song too.
What
You know?
about Jay-Z? No, I have songs I don't like I'll Tiger that much, but it fires
That's
me up.
me. I don't either.
Well, I mean, I don't hate it.
It's not as good as Rocky.
You're tired of hearing it.
It's not as good as what's it called?
It's under the
What's
deal when you're.
What's the Rocky original one?
Oh,
Gonna Fly Now.
Well, Rick.
Yeah, Gonna Fly Now.
Gonna Fly Now is much better than I'll Tiger. What was the Jay-Z song?
I'd
99
be
Problems.
careful with it too. By the way,
Yeah, I bet.
Jay-Z has run this town.
yeah, I'd be real careful there. I don't really know, but I'd
Run
be
this
careful.
town. There it is. Let's see. Yeah, it's got explicit lyrics.
Yeah, but again, Rick,
Can I just hear the beat though for a minute?
it won't fire you up, but
Well, didn't it say that's supposed to give me
Yeah,
endurance?
it's supposed to make your performance
it,
better.
it is based off what you just listened to. That's the whole point of this.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I know.
Yeah, I mean I don't, but I mean that's all right. What I'm talking about, like if somebody says
If you had a sad, slow song, you're on a treadmill and you had a sad, slow song that wasn't really upbeat and whatever, okay? And you're on the treadmill. And then all of a sudden, this song or that other song we just played comes on. It's going to pick you up and put you in
Tempo.
a place that the other one did not.
well, I could play any song then.
That's the point.
But why did they give me a list of these songs?
That's what they used for the study.
But why did they pick those songs?
Because they thought they were good.
Because they thought
They
they were
liked
good.
them.
But didn't they
ones. It
think
was
those
their
would be
preference.
motivated songs?
Rick, this is not hard.
No, I understand, but I think you're
Rick's
missing what
just
I'm
mad
saying.
at those songs.
Look, I don't. You know,
I mean, look, it's no Bull God by Kid Rock. I get it.
Rick, I don't think those songs are that motivating either.
right.
That wouldn't have been my choice. It's
right.
their choice, though. That's what they did and included in the
right.
study.
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
You know,
It's not as interesting as these are the greatest songs to motivate you the most, which is what I'm wanting to do.
Correct. And
Right,
That's
yeah.
what I do.
When
songs that I think make me look sharp.
I thought Bubba was going to say they think these songs really motivate people. I'm like, I can find better songs than that.
You know, it's like other studies that say listening to Mozart can significantly help the mind and brain increase their performance.
I just didn't do multiplication problems.
Yeah, I never really some of that just I never really got into that.
I bet I can play a song that'll make that runner have a bigger response than when they pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna drop. What is it? Guns N' Roses.
Oh yeah.
Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah. See, that's
Come on.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that.
I mean, the Queens of whatever can hit the road. Hit the road. Take They think they can do Thunder like AC/DC?
Yeah.
There's another good one.
Top of the hour.
Oh, yeah, that's a real good one.
Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza, and teleport another hour of Rick and Bubba. Here we go. Rick and Bubba University interns, Boom Boom Bazooka, Picking and Cheering, and Milli Vanilli Wafer take your phone calls this hour. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. And, we still got more fallout from the Supreme Court ruling.
Oh, there's more.
Yesterday. And, Kavanaugh wrote a concurring opinion, meaning he agreed, but he wrote his own. And he really took the sledgehammer out to the NCAA.
Have a time.
And said, hey, you guys ain't above the law. Just because tradition doesn't mean you get to skirt antitrust laws, blah, blah, blah.
Have a time.
And pretty much said he invited and was looking forward to the case where they could discuss full compensation for the players.
Have a time.
Well, the NCAA didn't care for that.
Oh, somebody got their feelings hurt.
Their lawyer said the notable thing is that 8 other justices did not agree with that and wouldn't sign on to it. The NCAA's outside lawyer, Jeffrey Mishkin, Mishkin, he told USA Today. So I don't think you can make very much of that concurrence. It's his own view, and he's writing for himself. So I think it's just not central to what they decided today. Well, no, it's not central to what they decided, Big Jeff. But the point is, that there is a feeling, at least among one of them, and I would say all of them to some degree, they voted against you 9-0 yesterday or Monday, or whenever it was when they announced it, that, some of this stuff that we've been saying for a long time just doesn't look good. And the NCAA, if they were wise, would get on this right now before they are held to a court ruling and would make some changes in this before they're told they got to. But it's going, Rick, we're talking about billions of dollars here.
I know.
And people with billions of dollars usually don't like to give it up.
Yeah, well, you and I talked about this in the break, and you and I both know where this is headed. And you know how we always talk about, we've mentioned it before, when you send little test balloons and you go out there and you check the electric fence, see how bad, just see where are your boundaries, where can you go. This is, if the NCAA does not realize, if they can, how there's nothing worse for someone not to see a storm coming.
Yeah,
and you're like, you do see that on the horizon,
right,
don't you?
Right.
I mean,
the radar is showing you what's about to happen.
So
if I was head of the NCAA, I would immediately get together with 2 or 3 of the leaders in Congress, Democrat and Republican. I might even ask for one of the Supreme Court justices to jump on there with us and start trying to craft something that everyone would be in agreement with, in principle, general, to move forward before the courts or the Congress rules on it and takes all their power away.
No, you're right. Because
you're going to lose this battle, and it just are you going to negotiate an end to this, or are you going to be overrun? Is the question.
Yeah,
and they could have solved some of this by not having some. Rick, we've been harping on this for 27 years. The way they have treated these student athletes, saying they want them to be like every other student, but they don't let them be like every other student.
That's the problem.
And it's finally catching up with them legally.
Yeah, I mean, they aren't like every other student, and they're not treated like every other student. They're held to a different standard, and that's all right. But let's just acknowledge that. But I'm telling you where this is headed, and if they don't get, and we've talked about it, and you've seen some people even in the NFL trying to suggest such things. We know that when we talk about college sports, we're really talking about the big 3, and really in college sports the big 2, basketball and football.
And you're talking about primarily the Big 5 conferences.
Right, because basketball in March Madness makes a ton of money.
Yeah, it's $1 billion. It's $1 billion enterprise.
And then college football makes a ton of money. Everybody else
could make more if they expand to 12 in the playoffs. Everybody else,
very few other programs pay for themselves outside of those big 2. But so you get down to this. We know that basketball and football is dominated by African American athletes. Okay.
Yes.
And so that's the overwhelming majority of these players we're talking about. It especially in the environment we're in now, you're going to see this is going to be deemed racist, that all these athletes produce all this money for all these rich white people, and they don't get compensated to the level they should. And if you don't think that's coming, then you're just delusional. So to the point that you just made, Bubba, that you need to go ahead and get on offense and go ahead and establish something to where you're going to say, well, we agree. We've taken care of that. I mean, here's our game plan. Here, but this thing of every time somebody suggests it, you start pulling out all this, by the way, insincere talk of academia and education, which is completely insincere. We all know what the deal is. These sports make a tremendous amount of money for people, and you're trying to keep as much of it as you can. And I do understand the problems. I do, of saying, well, how do we manage this? I understand that, but you're going to have to come up with something, because that storm is coming.
Let me ask you this: and we all like the idea of amateur sports, but let's just say college football. The players are the only amateurs out there. Okay, if you want to look at it that way, the coaches certainly are not. The management at the universities are certainly not. The facilities are certainly not. So how do you find that mix? That's why
the licensing certainly isn't.
Yeah. So okay, well, let's look at this. The NCAA has already lost on the NIL, name, image, likeness. That's changing. That's happening right now. Okay. They just lost on limiting benefits that are educational. Okay, they lost that. They're going to lose on the other eventually unless they are proactive. And they can sit there and they can say, well, Kavanaugh, nobody agreed with it. Read what Gorsuch, I can't say his name.
There you go.
Gorsuch.
Watch it.
Gorsuch, read what he wrote. This is coming. You better be proactive, or you're going to be a tiger that's going to have every tooth in its head pulled out.
So let's go back to this. If we believe the garbage that they shovel,
it's going to be a big old slobbering cat. That's all you're going to be left.
About this is all about higher learning. This is all about education. This is all about, and that's all we need to be concerned about. If that really is the truth, then why don't we get a biology professor that we're already paying to be a biology professor and have him coach the team, and just say, well, this is all amateur. So these are amateur players, and we're going to do an amateur coach. And so all we care about, this is just an activity at this great university of higher learning.
Right.
So let's all go over to the stadium. Let's just have a good time, and let's just get Professor so-and-so to coach the team, because it's just part of college life. It's not big business.
Right.
It's just part of college life. The main thing here is education. Well, we know that isn't true, and that's okay, because I don't care, because I enjoy it as well.
Yeah. I want to see a product when I sit down in front of the TV.
Yeah. I'm even okay with saying, you come here and we offer you a shot at a degree. Now, if you don't do this and think you're going to try to play professionally, or you just want to go do something else. I mean, my son didn't play sports, but he decided after 1 year of college that he'd rather go and start working.
Yeah.
You can make those decisions. But come play for us, and we'll make this money. And by the way, we've got tutors, we've got class, we got this all available to you. And it's probably wise that you take advantage of this opportunity you've been given at no charge to you or your family to get a degree that'll probably be something to fall back on, or it'll help you in the field you want to go into, because, the odds of you making it to the NFL maybe not be as high as somebody else. Here's that opportunity. And let's say a person says, I'm squandering that opportunity. I don't care. I'm here to play my sport. I'm not going to these classes. I'm not going to do this. And you go, well, that probably wasn't the wisest move, but we gave you an opportunity. And now we're moving on to the next player. Next, and but everybody acts like that's not really how it is.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the numbers.
But it really is how it is.
Look at the numbers too. Mm-hmm. The new ABC ESPN deal with the Southeastern Conference alone. Do y'all remember? Wasn't that a $300 million deal?
Yeah, it's big.
Up from 55.
Yeah,
they had with CBS.
Right.
A lot of money, and right now, since you're going to have extra money coming in, now's the time to figure it out, so you don't have to cut somewhere else. And plus, the universities are going to be squeezed because they depend on football and many times basketball to fund the other athletic things, which they're under court order to to make available through Title IX.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
got to be a joker here to do what it please. As we make our way back, 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll take your phone calls coming in now. Topics that you want to discuss. We will go to Jeremy out of Key Largo. Hey, Jeremy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, buddy?
I'm doing great, guys. Love the show as always.
Thank you.
Hey, I happened to hear Jay Barker's show yesterday, and he was speaking on the name, image, and likeness. And he said the on the NIL for the college students or athletes, he said that during his spring semester after his playing career, before he got drafted, he made more money than he did the entire first year of his NFL year.
When he was
off his local local endorsements. So there's a lot of money for these guys to make out there, and the colleges wouldn't actually have to pay them. They just let them make money on their own.
Yeah, I mean, that is one way, and there's no doubt about that, especially in your own home market, you know, like Jay got to experience. I mean, there was money to everywhere just in the state where he played.
And it was just the spring semester alone, he made more money than the entire first year of his NFL contract. I mean
yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple stuff. If I have created a brand here and you allowed me the opportunity to create it, and this is the win for you. I help make you money, and now you're allowing me to make money. But I love a win-win.
Yeah, I
Don't
do
you?
too.
And you could just make it like a free market. If I'm somebody that never made the travel squad and never got any influence, then I probably not able to monetize that the way the guys that did.
You better be really good on the kickoff team. Be nuts.
So
it really is an ultimate decision between capitalism and socialism.
It is.
I mean, it really is. If we just want to throw everything out, that's what we're talking about with these two items.
You know, if the fact that we have amateur athletes, that's really the sticking point in all this. That's where everything is coming to a halt. Do we cross that line or not, and how do we do it? And I don't know.
Robert and Gadsden, Z93. Robert, go ahead. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How y'all guys doing?
Good.
I was just saying, the NCAA, I've always thought, how can they sell the jerseys with these students' names on them and they're not making a percentage off of it?
Well, the reason why they can do it is right now when you sign a scholarship, you give them the permission to do that. They tell you straight up that you don't get paid for that.
Right.
That's why that has to change. That's why all this is going on.
That's why the NIL is changing that.
Yeah, that's why this conversation's happening, and because people have been saying that. But just understand, the players, unless this changes, they know that going in. They don't surprise you with that.
That's right.
That's part of the contract, the scholarship. And people are saying, well, that should change, and I would agree. Michael in Kentucky. Michael, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I was just wondering, how far do you think this will go down? Do you think this will start impacting high school sports? Should those kids be compensated by whatever the gate brings in? They get a percentage, home and away teams?
Well, I think that's a great question. We were talking about that off air yesterday. How far will it trickle down? The only catch you've got there is you're talking about kids over 18 and under 18. That may be the circuit breaker.
You're also talking about thousands of dollars versus millions of dollars.
Yeah.
There are a lot of football programs that don't even make a profit.
Oh, yeah, most.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, there's a lot of high school programs that the gate is. I mean, it won't even pay for the uniforms. We're not talking about a tremendous amount of money here. It's kind of apples and oranges, frankly. If somebody said, well, where does it stop? I'd say at college football.
Yeah, I think.
Where does it stop? College.
I think long term it's going to be
right
because you're going to talk about people over 18 again. That's going to be a big number in all.
You see, ESPN $300 million for college football, high school football. I mean, ESPN's running some of it, but I bet they didn't pay anything. Probably the high schools want to be on.
Yeah, they're probably on.
Yeah, it's there's just not the money in high school football, even in Texas. If you compare the money of high school football there versus a big-time college football program, it's a huge gap.
And there may be some trickle down with these top elite athletes that we're seeing on these signing days where they're in their gyms and they're picking hats and they're carrying puppies. And, hey, that may turn into being at a dealership somewhere. Hey, we'll pay you this to come make your announcement here.
Yeah.
So the trickle down could happen.
Yeah.
The high school football associations or associations in general are going to have to get in front of this because of Bubba's point in regards to
let me ask you this
trickle
right
down.
now: Can the star quarterback of given high school go to the car dealership and sign some pictures?
No,
it's a great question.
No,
I don't
I don't
know.
think so. Not under the current.
I don't
high school
know.
rules.
I really don't know.
And that's where I think it's going to.
They're pretty tight regulated, even about playing sports that are not sanctioned by that group in a lot of states. So I think you're going to see some of that loosen up just so they don't become the target of a lawsuit.
Yeah.
Because now we see the mood of the courts are starting to swing toward the players.
Yeah, now that part I could see, but the gate analogy is not a good one
No,
because
it's not.
the gate's really not a lot of money.
Yeah, and I don't think that
Yeah.
what has brought all this on is coaches' salaries, the money they're spending on stadiums and these TV contracts. Everybody says, well, my gosh, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. Where's my cut?
Yeah, and there's no doubt that high school football has become a bigger deal than it ever was when we were. I mean,
Yeah, you look at the facilities they're building.
what I was telling Greg and I were talking about when I go see your son coach a team, and what was the first 6 games? They didn't have the same uniform on twice.
Yeah, got plenty of uniforms now.
Like, all we had, here's your white jersey and here's your dark jersey.
Yeah.
Rick,
and
just,
by the way, the pants are the same.
Yeah, you wear the same pants every week.
Even though the demand from a spectator has not been near as much, but look at the high school fishing, what it's generating.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
Have you seen the numbers of these boats that are in these tournaments and what it costs to enter a boat and how many weekends of spring they
Well, where's
do
that money coming from? Who pays for all that?
That'd be the parents.
The parents buy your kid, just like.
Yep.
So that'd be like if my kid plays high school football. That's my spirit pack. Well, that's
Yeah.
an expensive spirit pack.
Oh, it is.
The tournament entry spirit pack.
That's a big old spirit pack. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Allform.com/Bubba. Allform.com/Bubba. Man, I love this company. And I think you will too. Go and see this really, really nice. We're into summer now. Being comfortable in our own home is important. Maybe a new couch or a chair or a sofa for the family room, the living room, the rec room, maybe something out there on the screened-in patio. Maybe you got a lake house, if you're maybe got a place at the beach or something like that. You will love this furniture, and they ship it directly to the address that you give them. It's high quality, handmade in America, including armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats, all at affordable prices. And I love that it's customizable. You go ahead and make it the way you want it. I love that it ships right to the door, right out of beautiful North Carolina. You do pick the fabric. You do pick the color, the leg types, sofa sizes, shapes, and you make sure that it's perfect for wherever you're going to place this piece of furniture, even your office. You have kids, you have pets. You're going to love that all the fabrics are spill, stain, and scratch resistant. They really do have something for everyone. Maybe it's an armchair, maybe it's a love seat, all the way up to some 8-seat sectional sofa. So you're not locked into anything. You can start small, then buy more pieces of the furniture as you need it. So if you go to the old-fashioned department store, even a furniture store, you're going to waste thousands of dollars on sometimes furniture that's not well-made, it's cheap, with cheap materials from overseas and likely going to take weeks or longer to arrive. At allform.com/Bubba, that furniture arrives fast, and the shipping is always free. You can have your new chair or sofa in 3 to 4 days, customize exactly the way that you want. And you don't need a screwdriver or any kind of setup tools. What you need comes with it, and that's at no charge. If you're worried that you don't like it, that's not a problem either. A 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. Nothing to lose. So why don't you go to allform.com/Bubba, save 20% off anything you buy, and get a forever warranty. A forever warranty. That's the quality. Allform.com/Bubba. That saves you 20%. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, if you're wondering, just when you were just about ready to return to the NFL, speaking of sports, I mean, you were there and said, well, maybe we'll get into a season this year. The pandemic's over. Maybe we can get into where I can just go and I can just watch football and I can just enjoy it. I can just enjoy the sports. No more kneeling for the national anthem. No more pandemic mask stuff. Maybe we'll have some of that back. I don't know. Crowds returning to the stadiums. You're just about to think you can have it like you like it. And then, boom. Carl Nassib, is that how you say the name?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
Nassib.
And I don't know why he thinks this is necessary. If he wants to live his life the way he wants to live it, that's fine. But see, that's not enough, because now we must all be activists. And probably he was tired of feeling the pressure of the movement, of the LGBTQ and whatever other symbols and letters that need to be added to be appropriate. He now has come out and said that I am now an openly gay, active NFL player. He made the announcement on Instagram, and the thing that I don't understand about this is that it seems like he says he just wants to live his life, and he's never been somebody who wanted to be in the spotlight, and he's a pretty private person. And he said he's not doing it for attention. But I got news for Carl. That's all you're going to get is the spotlight. Look, Bubba, let me say, if you want to know how it's going to be this season, and I think, look, he and I we certainly disagree on God's standard for things, and we all have things that we struggle with that, might be deemed in a point of view as being a sin. Somebody else says, I don't think it is, and we have the right to disagree, and he has a right, as long as he's not harming other people, to live his life the way he wants to live it and to be the person he wants to be. But guess what? So do I. It's not just a one-way street.
Right.
So what's going to happen now, instead of him just going out being a football player that impacts the Raiders and makes plays for them or doesn't, I don't know. I haven't watched the NFL very much. He may be a great player. I don't know. But they're saying that he's going to be more historic. Remember, they were disappointed because Michael Sam never could quite be good enough to play.
Yeah.
And so he didn't make the cut for the 53-man roster, even though they pressured the Rams to put him on the team, or else they would be deemed mean and insensitive. Of course, they just wanted a defensive end that they thought could play at the level of the NFL. And this goes back to the being prettier than you are crazy. Okay, in sports, it means be so good that you're worth the drama. Okay, and so if you're not worth the drama, you know, I hate when people say, well, you know what, they just don't want this guy on their team. Well, no, not if he's not good enough. I mean, if you're good enough, then you can be his dream. Look, the Packers are even begging Aaron Rodgers to still play for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
so they're looking. If you can be a great player, you get away with all kinds of things. But you got to be really good. And I don't know whether this guy's good or not, but they say that he actually plays and he is on the team, and that he's a backup defensive end for the Raiders. And also spent the 2018-19 season with the Buccaneers. I'm not making this up. This is straight up in the story. I'm going to cut Greg's mic off. Okay, Greg's mic is off.
This is the thing that I think he really needs to be concerned with. Instead of LGBTQ, he needs to worry about WIN.
Correct.
And the Raiders have not been very good for a while. I think that they've been somewhat patient with him because they knew they were moving.
Mm-hmm.
They're in their new place now. The coach has had a few years, hadn't been overly successful. I think they need to get it together in Las Vegas, or you're going to see some big changes, coach, quarterback, everything.
He's 28, and Roger Goodell says the following statement: the NFL family is proud of Carl for courageously sharing his truth today. Representation matters. We share his hope that someday, soon, statements like this will no longer be newsworthy as we march toward full equality for the LGBTQ and then that plus thing community. We wish Carl the best of luck this season. So we're not to the place yet where this is not newsworthy. It feels like we are.
It is funny putting out a press release congratulating him, saying you're looking forward to the day you don't have to put out a press release.
I know that was. I think you should just. I do want to talk about.
How about play football?
I do want to talk about the elephant in the room that nobody seems to want to talk about. How is this handled with locker rooms and all that kind of stuff?
Good question.
I know nobody wants to talk about that, but I mean,
don't they just let reporters of all different sexes in now too? I mean, it's just anything goes in the old locker room.
Yeah, well, and I know there's been some attempts to even change that because again, it wasn't that anybody was trying to keep you from getting the story. It's just not really appropriate to send a woman into a locker room full of naked men. But if you for instance, like we say, let's go to Vanderbilt where we have the world-class onside kicker. Okay, the All-American of onside kickers. Okay, the greatest onside kick the world has ever seen. Okay, so or it was a pooch kick. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was a squib. Yeah. It was a pooch or a squib?
Onside actually would have been impressive.
Well, you're right. So this was a pooch kick, a squib.
Yeah, squib.
I think a squib. A pooch to me is in the
whatever
air.
This
squib is running along the ground.
Yeah,
right?
Whatever this phenomenal kick was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sarah Fuller.
Yeah, the Sarah Fuller historic deal. We don't let Sarah Fuller go into the locker room where all the naked men are, do we? I hope.
No.
Huh?
No.
So, and we don't do that. Why?
It's inappropriate, Rick.
Right. And why is it inappropriate?
But there's some. I mean,
right.
I can get detailed if you'd like me to.
So if I'm a man who says that my preference for intimacy and relationship is other men of my own gender,
correct? Yeah.
So I'm on your team and I'm naked and I'm soaked up in the shower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, here we are.
You're really taking us there.
Yeah, which that does happen after games. I don't know how to tell you.
It does. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and then here comes my defensive end, and he's strolling in here like it's now a buffet in here.
Yeah.
I mean, but what I'm saying is, you wouldn't you know what you'd say? Well, he's not going to be
almost made it out.
I know.
Hey, how about this?
Well, I tried.
Hey, he's not going to mess with these other men. Who's to say he's going to do that? Well, we would say the same thing, right? Not every man's going to mess with a woman, right? But we don't put her in there. Why? Because it's not appropriate. It doesn't mean all men are going to be inappropriate. It doesn't mean that men are going to say something nasty. It doesn't mean that men are going to bother her. It's just not appropriate because that's not an appropriate situation.
Right.
So don't you see how, whether you like it or not, and I know nobody wants to say this, I'm going to go ahead and guess that there are men on the team that would rather not shower with Carl.
Yeah.
And not that they think Carl's a bad human being or that he's a threat to them, nothing like that. It's just not appropriate because that wouldn't be appropriate. I'm not your husband,
right?
And whatever, so this is not appropriate, just like it wouldn't be appropriate for a woman to be in here because of the choice of intimacy.
Right.
I mean,
Choice events.
I know that what I said is actually extremely logical, but I also know it's not allowed.
Yeah.
But it just seems like if I'm out there,
it's really shocking to me we're even having to have this conversation.
I know. So if I'm out there with a team, and you know what coaches hate? Distractions. You write this down after this announcement. Every single detail of this defensive end's life, every tackle he makes, every roster that's put up, every demotion, no matter what, is going to be covered in every detail. Yep. For the rest of the season. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. So let's talk about let's talk about some stories we didn't get to. I'm laughing at this one. This one is funny. So we know that Jeff Bezos is going to be launched into space.
Oh yeah, yes, the billionaire race to space.
Have you seen the story today?
That's funny.
Tens of thousands have signed a petition to stop Jeff Bezos from returning to Earth.
Oh gosh,
golly, that's good. So multiple petitions out there, but the front runner, do not allow Jeff Bezos to return to Earth. It has collected more than 33,000 signatures since late Sunday.
When is he supposed to go up? I mean, it was this month, right?
I don't know. You know,
and Friday, if I'm not mistaken, the 25th is when the report on the UFOs is supposed to come out.
Oh, right. Full disclosure?
Right.
That what you're talking about?
Craig could have just slipped right out, didn't
Full disclosure. So, but here's what I don't get. Isn't Bezos like a raging lib?
Well, most of them are.
Well, I know, but what's interesting is some of these people that are doing this, one of the reasons they don't want him to return is they say billionaires should not exist.
Oh, yeah, that's that bunch.
It's that bunch.
Well, I hate to tell you, if he wasn't a billionaire, he wouldn't be leaving to begin with.
No.
Bubba, we have John standing by. Do you remember John who told us when he decided to do a road trip with his family, but he didn't count the cost?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was
yes.
matter of fact,
we wanted updates.
Yeah, I have a friend of mine that's about to do this, and he said that he's listened to the podcast archive of that conversation. He's the last time he told me he'd already listened to it 3 times. And he said because he realizes this guy he is telling him what he's about to encounter. And Jeff, how's the road trip going, buddy?
Well, hey, Rick, you need to tell your buddy that that this is going to give him a prime time to work on his sanctification.
How long you been out there, Jeff?
All right. Well, it's John, but
John. I'm sorry.
But yeah, it's fine. So we left on the 6th of this month, and I'm coming back on the 27th. So
oh my goodness,
I'm in the thick of it. 16 states in 21 days will let you know where you're at with
John.
Jesus.
So again, John,
ask my wife.
Set up. What are you in exactly?
All right, so I have a Toyota Tundra.
Mm-hmm.
Has 144,000 miles on it. Check engine light came on during the trip, so that was fun. And we're pulling a 23-foot pull behind. I asked my wife 2 days ago on Father's Day. I was driving for 8 hours in the truck with the kids in the back seat. I said, "Hey, I know you're not Jesus, but if you were, what would you rate my sanctification on this trip?" And she said, "I'll give you a solid B+." I said, "Hey, I'll take it.
I'll take that B+ right now." So
I'll take it.
And what's the family size again? Who all's with you?
All right, I got a son. He just turned 10 yesterday, and I have a 9-year-old who is a Spitfire. Ooh,
yeah,
he's all we want. So that's been great. Hey, you need to tell Coach too, Rick, that a purple worm doesn't work in Utah. It doesn't work in Iowa, and I don't expect it to work in Oklahoma when we go to the stock market.
It's not working.
So you're not catching any fish?
No.
Yeah, who would have thought walking up on a body of water that you know nothing about and just throwing in the direction of water might not yield fish?
Well, I said, well, hey, I'm going to buy purple worms before I leave Nashville, and because this is what Coach uses. He says they work.
Yep.
Don't work.
Yeah, we know what he'd say right now, John, his presentation.
You gotta check with the locals.
Yeah, your presentation's
the
off.
locals know more than anybody.
Yeah. So what was the biggest surprise? Because I know you pictured in your mind. I bet you and your wife sat around and smiled and pondered about this. Because the thing about these kind of trips that is so much fun is before they're actually happening. Because at that point, you still have the delusion of how it's going to go, and you're kind of excited about it, and you think, and you start picturing in your mind like you picture yourself at the Grand Canyon and how awesome that's going to be. You picture yourself seeing all this beautiful landscape and all this. So tell me how that came crashing down.
Well, I'll try to run through it as quick as I can. I know we're about done, but before we left for the trip, my wife gave me 2 tubs that were 12 inches by 6 inches and said, "Hey, every article of clothing you're going to wear for the next 21 days goes in these 2 tubs."
So that was fun. She told me about 4 days ago, she said, hey, I've only washed one pair of your underwear in a week. And I was like, well, I didn't have enough space, so I've been wearing them inside out every other day.
Oh, John.
So that's been fun. And I will tell you this, though. Like, going and see the sights, there's nothing better.
Yeah, it's
like,
beautiful.
I don't know what people out west are so torn up about, why they're wanting to move to where we're at in the country. Like, you got the same day every day. It's like 95 degrees, completely sunny, beautiful. But I'll tell you, we've met tons of people from California who are no longer in California.
Right.
Yeah, they're losing seats in Congress.
Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing like the South, though, y'all. I mean, this lady yesterday, or 2 days ago, I don't even remember what state it was, but we were in a gift shop, and she was talking to the lady and said, hey, she said y'all. She said, hey, I apologize. I shouldn't say y'all. I should say you all. I turned around real quick and said, hey, no. You can say y'all all you want. And she knew exactly, where I was from after I said that. But
let me ask you this,
shower
John.
situation, of course, we went over that. But the clothes, and then it's hotter than two squirrels doing whoopee in a wool sock out here.
So Al,
but it's a dry heat. It's dry heat.
It's 106, so it's dry heat. Let me ask you this, John, because we all have, we're dads of many, so we've all done the trips. Are you doing that dad thing where you keep asking your boys, hey, this is great, isn't it? Hey, guys, isn't this awesome? Because you have to do that because you're thinking, for the love of all, it's good. Please let this be a good experience for them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But if I answer one more what-if question, I mean, I don't know how many times we answer the question when we're walking by a mountain, hey, Dad, what if this mountain just fell on top of us? Like, well, I'd be with Jesus, so I'd be fine, So, but I've answered more what-if questions you can shake a stick at.
So have you got it down, though? Do you think since you've been out there so long, you've kind of got your routine down?
No.
So
learning.
Let me ask you this, John. Where are you calling us from right now?
Okay. Well, I walked away from the camper because everybody's expecting breakfast right now. I called you guys earlier, but then my wife started calling me wanting to go on a walk, so I had to hang up.
Yeah.
So now I'm about 200 yards from the trailer. I'm just keeping my eye on it the whole time.
So is your family enjoying this? And when you get back, will you consider another trip?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah, they're having a great time. I'm having a great time other than the camping part and all the driving. I've driven 4,200 miles, and we go to the Grand Canyon tomorrow. So from the Grand Canyon back to Hendersonville, Gallatin area of Tennessee, it's a little over 1,600 miles. So,
oh boy,
yeah.
That's
gonna be a long 3 days.
Yeah, you know what? You know what you get? You're gonna get Super Dad Award. I mean, you're doing the Super Dad thing, and you're taking your family on an adventure. There's nothing better than a dad on an adventure with his family, and there's nothing quite as funny as it either. And we spawned many.
Y'all want to update when I get back to Nashville in a few weeks?
Yeah. Give us a buzz when you get settled back.
Yeah, I'd say give us a buzz maybe next week and let us know how it's going.
Yeah, let us know how it's going, John.
Well, my wife is actually buzzing with me right now, so I got to go.
All right, see you, John. Thanks, buddy.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.